I grew up in the shadow of the Black Ridge, a massive limestone escarpment that dominates the northern edge of the valley where I spent my childhood. To a tourist, it looks like any other cliff, gray, jagged, and indifferent. But to someone who lived beneath it for 20 years, the ridge was less like a rock formation and more like a living thing. My father was a geologist, and he used to tell me that mountains were just slow-moving waves of earth. He meant it in a scientific sense, of course, referring to tectonic plates and eons of erosion. But as I got older, I started to realize that the Black Ridge wasn't waiting for eons. It was moving much, much faster. By the time I was 24, I had become an avid solo hiker. I knew the trails like the back of my hand, or so I thought. My mistake, the one that still keeps me awake when the house gets too quiet, was a classic one. I went out too late in the season alone, with a misplaced sense of mastery over a landscape that didn't know my name. It was late October, that brittle time of year when the air tastes like iron and the sun drops behind the peaks by 4 in the afternoon. I was heading toward a specific spot I called the Hand Crack, a distinctive vertical split in the rock face that looked exactly like a closed fist. I had photographed it dozens of times over the years. It was my landmark, my North Star. But as I rounded the final bend in the trail that afternoon, I stopped dead. My breath hitched in my throat, coming out in a thin, pale mist. The Hand Crack wasn't there. In its place was a smooth, unbroken slab of limestone, pale as a bone. I stood there for a long minute, spinning in a slow circle, checking my bearings. I recognized the twisted cedar tree to my left. I recognized the way the scree slope tumbled down toward the creek. I was in the right place, but the cliff had changed. It hadn't just weathered or crumbled, it had rearranged itself. The fist was gone, and in its place, 50 feet higher than it should have been, was a jagged horizontal shelf that looked like a screaming mouth. I told myself it was the light. The autumn sun plays tricks, shadows stretch and distort. I swallowed hard, adjusted my pack, and tried to laugh at my own nerves. "Get it together, Elias," I whispered. The sound of my own voice felt thin and fragile against the sudden, absolute silence of the woods. That was the first real spark of dread, the realization that the birds had stopped. No crows, no chickadees, not even the rustle of a squirrel in the dry leaves. Just me and a wall of rock that didn't look the way it had yesterday. I decided to turn back. That was the smart move. But as I pivoted on my heel, I heard a sound that made my skin crawl. It wasn't a rock fall. It wasn't the sharp clack of stone on stone. It was a low, rhythmic grinding. It sounded like two massive molars chewing on gravel. It was deep, vibrating up through the soles of my boots, a subterranean groan that seemed to pulse from the very heart of the ridge. I looked back over my shoulder, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The mouth shelf I had just seen, it was gone. The rock was smooth again. And the Hand Crack, the vertical split I'd known my whole life, was back, but it was 20 feet closer to the trail than it had been 3 minutes ago. I didn't walk back, I ran. The rational part of my brain, the part that inherited my father's love for logic, was screaming that this was impossible. Rocks don't move like muscles. Geologic time doesn't happen in minutes. I kept telling myself I was dehydrated, or perhaps I'd inhaled some kind of fungal spores from the damp leaf litter. I grabbed my water bottle and forced a swallow, nearly choking as I scrambled down the switchbacks. "Perspective," I muttered, my boots skidding on the loose shale. "It's just perspective. You're tired, you're seeing things." But the sensory evidence was becoming impossible to ignore. Every time I rounded a corner, the trail felt different. The incline was steeper. The trees seemed to be leaning inward, their bare branches interlocking like fingers, and that grinding sound followed me. It wasn't constant. It happened in bursts, like the cliff was taking heavy, tectonic breaths. I reached a familiar clearing where a large, flat boulder sat, a place I usually stopped to eat. I expected to see the boulder. Instead, I saw a deep, jagged trench in the earth as if the rock had been dragged backward into the mountain. The dirt around the hole was fresh and dark, smelling of wet minerals and ancient, stagnant air. Then I saw the second anomaly. On the edge of that trench lay my own spare glove. I had dropped it 3 miles back near the hand crack. There was no way it could be here. It didn't fall, it hadn't been carried by wind. It was sitting perfectly flat on a pile of freshly churned earth as if it had been placed there as a marker. I stared at it and the logic finally shattered. The glove wasn't just there, it was pinned under a small, sharp stone that hadn't been there seconds ago. I watched, paralyzed, as a hairline fracture blossomed across the surface of that stone. It didn't break, it stretched. The dread turned into a cold, physical weight in my stomach. I wasn't just in the woods anymore. I was on top of something that was shifting its skin. I realized with a jolt of pure, primal terror that the trail wasn't leading me back to the car. The trail was being rewritten beneath my feet. The sun dipped below the horizon and the gray world turned a bruised purple. In the fading light, the black ridge didn't look like rock anymore. It looked like a vast, hunched shoulder. I reached into my pack for my headlamp, my fingers trembling so violently I nearly dropped it. When the beam cut through the gloom, it didn't find the path. It hit a wall. A literal wall. A vertical face of limestone had risen directly across the trail I had walked up only 2 hours prior. It was cold, damp, and smelled of the deep earth. I reached out, my hand hovering inches from the stone. I could feel heat radiating from it, not the stored heat of the sun, but a low, throbbing warmth like a fever. I am not a superstitious man. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. But in that moment, standing before a wall that shouldn't exist, I knew I was being hunted by something that didn't have a face. It didn't need one, it had the entire mountain. I had to make a choice. I could stay here and wait for morning, hoping the fever of the mountain would break and the path would return. Or I could strike out into the brush, off trail, and try to navigate by the stars. But the stars were being swallowed by a thick, unnatural mist rolling off the rock face. I chose to move. I began to climb the embankment to the right of the new wall, clawing at roots and dirt. As I climbed, I heard it again, the grinding. But this time it was accompanied by a sound that was unmistakably human-like. It was a voice or a mockery of one. It didn't come from a throat, it came from the friction of stone on stone. Elias. It was a low, grating rasp that vibrated in my teeth. It didn't say my name with affection. It said it the way a geologist labels a specimen. I didn't look back. I threw my pack off. It was too heavy, too slow, and kept only my lamp and my knife. I scrambled through the thorns, my clothes tearing, my skin blooming with hot scratches. I could hear the mountain rearranging itself behind me. Large thuds echoed through the valley as ledges dropped and ridges rose. It was a rhythmic, purposeful reconstruction. It was closing the exits. I found myself in a narrow gully I didn't recognize. The walls were high and slick. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with lye. Every few yards, I'd flash my light behind me. The gully was narrowing. The space between the stone walls was shrinking by inches every time I blinked. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure on my ankle. I fell hard, my chin slamming into the dirt. I looked back, expecting a root or a vine. It was a crack in the ground. It had clamped shut on my boot like a vice. The earth was biting me. I screamed a raw, ugly sound that was swallowed by the stone. I fumbled for my knife and began hacking at the leather of my boot. The grinding sound was deafening now, a cacophony of groaning shale. I could feel the vibrations in my marrow. The wall to my left was leaning in, a slow-motion collapse that felt intentional. I sliced through the laces, pulled my foot out of the boot, and lunged forward just as the crack snapped shut entirely, pulverizing the thick rubber sole of my hiking boot into dust. I scrambled upward, one foot bare and bleeding, driven by a terror so pure it transcended pain. I reached a high point, a small plateau that overlooked the valley. In the distance, I could see the faint, flickering lights of the town. They looked like they were on a different planet. Between me and those lights, the landscape was a churning sea of gray. The woods I knew were being swallowed by rising fins of rock. I realized then that it wasn't trying to kill me, not exactly. It was trying to incorporate me. It was building a cage, and I was the center of the architecture. I didn't wait for the next shift. I did the only thing I could think of, something so reckless I still can't believe I survived it. I didn't follow the new trails. I threw myself down a steep scree slope, a literal avalanche of loose rock. If the mountain wanted to move, I would move faster. I tumbled head over heels, the world a blurring nightmare of sharp edges and darkness. I felt a rib snap. I felt my shoulder pop, but I was moving. I was a chaotic element in its orderly reconstruction. I hit the bottom of the slope and found myself near the creek. The water was black and freezing, but it was a constant. It followed the laws of gravity, not the whims of the ridge. I waded into the middle of the stream, the water up to my waist, and began to follow it downstream. The grinding stopped. I stood in the middle of the freezing current, gasping, my light flickering as the batteries began to fail. I looked back up at the black ridge. In the pale moonlight, the mountain was still. But it was different. The entire silhouette had changed. It was no longer a ridge. It was a spire, tall and thin, pointing like a finger toward the moon. And there, halfway up the new peak, I saw a small, flickering light. It was my headlamp, the one I had dropped in the gully. It was embedded 40 feet deep into a solid wall of rock, shining out from behind the stone like a trapped star. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I flagged down a trucker at 3:00 a.m., a man named Hank who looked at my bare, bloody foot and my shattered expression and didn't ask a single question. He just gave me a thermos of coffee and drove. When I went to the authorities the next day, they sent a ranger out to the trailhead. I sat in the back of his truck, wrapped in a blanket, my foot bandaged. We reached the spot where the trail should have started. There was no trail, there was only a sheer, vertical wall of limestone, hundreds of feet high, rising straight up from the edge of the road. The ranger checked his GPS. He checked his paper maps. He looked at me, then back at the wall. "This isn't right," he whispered. "There's supposed to be a valley here, 3 miles of forest before you even hit the base of the ridge." He didn't look surprised, though. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had seen a drawing being erased and replaced with something else. "We get calls," he said, not looking at me. "People saying the landmarks moved. People saying they got lost in their own backyards. We usually just call it mountain sickness. Hypoxia, dehydration." "You know it's not that," I said, my voice raspy. He finally looked at me. His eyes were cold. "It doesn't matter what I know. The mountain is what the mountain is today. Tomorrow it'll be something else. My advice, move, go to the plains, go somewhere where the ground doesn't have a memory. I took his advice. I live in the Midwest now, where the horizon is a flat, unchanging line. But sometimes, when the wind catches the house just right, I hear a sound. It's not the wind, it's a low, rhythmic grinding. Last week I found a small, jagged piece of limestone on my bedside table. I don't own any rocks. I don't go hiking anymore. I picked it up and it was warm. It had a small, faint indentation on the side, a mark that looked exactly like my own fingerprint. The Black Ridge didn't just want to cage me, it took a piece of me, and I think, somewhere out there in the dark, it's still growing, changing, waiting for the next season to shift its shape again. Don't go into the mountains alone, and if you do, don't trust the landmarks. The Earth is older than we are, and it has a very different definition of permanent. If the trail looks different on the way back, don't stop. Don't look behind you, and for God's sake, don't let it learn your name. The flatlands were supposed to be my sanctuary. Nebraska is a state of horizontal lines, a place where the sky is a heavy lid and the earth is a submissive, predictable floor. For 3 years, I lived in a modular home outside of Kearney, surrounded by cornfields that whispered in the wind but never groaned. I took a job in data entry, something mindless, something that required no spatial awareness, no navigation of jagged terrain. I stayed away from basement apartments. I stayed away from anything made of natural stone. My countertops were laminate, my floors were linoleum. I wanted a world that was synthetic, a world that didn't have the capacity to breathe or shift. But the limestone pebble on my nightstand changed everything. It wasn't just a souvenir from a nightmare, it was a seed. I didn't throw it away. I knew better. If the ridge had sent a piece of itself across 3 state lines to find me, throwing it into a trash can would be like trying to stop a landslide with a hand-painted sign. I put the stone in a glass jar, the kind with a rubber seal, and I kept it on the windowsill. I watched it. For the first few days, it did nothing. It was just a dull, grayish-white fragment, no larger than a walnut. But on the 4th night, I woke up to a sound like a fingernail scratching against glass. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't want to see it. I lay in the dark, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, listening to that rhythmic scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the jar. The stone was moving. It wasn't rolling, it was expanding. By the time the sun rose, the pebble had pressed itself against the sides of the glass, its edges flaring out into delicate, coral-like crystalline structures. It had grown by 30% in 6 hours. And the indentation, the one that matched my fingerprint, was deeper, a dark, whorled pit in the center of the mineral. I called my father. We hadn't spoken in months. He was retired now, living in a condo in Florida, far from the tectonic tensions of the West. When he answered, his voice sounded thin, worn down by the very years he used to study. "Dad," I said, my voice trembling, "the Black Ridge, when you were surveying it in the 70s, did you ever find anything reactive?" There was a long silence on the other end. I could hear the faint whistle of his oxygen concentrator. "Elias," he said finally, his voice dropping to a cautious whisper, "why are you asking about the ridge? I told you to stay off those trails. I told you it was unstable." "It's more than unstable, Dad. It followed me. I'm in Nebraska and it's in my house." I heard a heavy sigh, the sound of a man surrendering a secret he'd kept buried under decades of professional jargon. "We called it the Pulse," he said. "The USGS team in '74. We were supposed to map the fault lines for a new highway bypass, but the instruments kept failing. not because of magnets or interference, but because the topography wouldn't stay still long enough to be recorded. We'd stake a perimeter, go to sleep in the tents, and wake up to find the stakes had migrated 50 yards uphill, or the hill itself had flattened into a depression. "Why didn't you tell me?" I hissed, clutching the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "You let me grow up in its shadow." "Because it's a localized anomaly, Elias, or it was supposed to be. Geologically, it's impossible. It's a lithic organism, a mineral intelligence that operates on a frequency we can't perceive until it decides to tune into us. It doesn't perceive time the way we do, but it perceives tension. It feeds on the pressure of the earth, and sometimes it feeds on the attention of the observer. Your mother and I, we left because I started seeing the hand crack in my dreams. I started seeing it in the bathroom mirror. It's a colonial entity, Elias. If you have a piece of it, you aren't just a witness anymore. You're a host." I hung up. I couldn't listen to the rest. I looked at the jar on the windowsill. The glass was beginning to spiderweb with fine silver cracks. The stone wasn't just growing, it was exerting pressure. It was trying to get out. I realized then that the ranger's advice had been wrong. You can't run from the ground you stand on. The Black Ridge wasn't a place, it was a state of matter. It was a slow-motion predator that had finally caught the scent of my fear. That night the grinding returned in earnest. It didn't come from the wind or the walls, it came from beneath the floorboards. My modular home sat on a concrete pad, a slab of man-made stone that I had assumed was inert. I was wrong. As I sat huddled on my sofa, the linoleum began to bulge. A long, jagged ridge rose up through the center of the living room, tearing the plastic flooring like paper. It wasn't dirt pushing up, it was gray, ancient limestone. It was the ridge reaching through the earth, erupting in the middle of the Great Plains. The air in the room suddenly turned cold and metallic. The smell of wet minerals and stagnant subterranean air filled my lungs. I backed away toward the door, but the doorframe had warped. The wood was splintering as the walls shifted, the right angles of my home melting into the chaotic geometry of a cavern. "Elias." The sound didn't come from the rock this time. It came from the jar on the windowsill. The glass finally shattered and the stone fragment fell to the floor. It didn't bounce. It hit the linoleum and sank as if the floor were water. A second later, the floor where it had vanished began to ripple. I scrambled for my keys, my breath coming in jagged gasps. I managed to kick the door open, the frame groaning as the house settled into a new, terrifying shape. I ran out into the night, but the cornfields were gone. In their place were pillars. Massive, fluted columns of limestone rose hundreds of feet into the air, arranged in a perfect, concentric circle around my house. The stars were visible above, but they looked wrong, distorted, as if seen through a thick lens of quartz. The ground beneath my feet wasn't soil anymore. It was a pavement of smooth, pale bone rock. I wasn't in Nebraska. I wasn't in the valley. I was inside the ridge. It had folded space, or perhaps it had simply rewritten my reality so thoroughly that the distance no longer mattered. I began to run, but there was no direction. Every way I turned, a new wall rose to meet me. These weren't just rocks, they were memories. I saw a formation that looked like the porch of my childhood home, rendered in cold, unyielding stone. I saw a shape that resembled my mother's silhouette, frozen in a mid-stride of calcified grief. The mountain was cataloging my life, turning my history into a museum of mineral. I stopped in the center of the circle, my knees giving out. The grinding was constant now, a roar that vibrated through my skull. "What do you want?" I screamed at the towering spires. "Why won't you let me go?" The ground in front of me began to churn. A shape rose from the stone, a pillar that didn't stop until it was level with my chest. The top of the pillar was flat, and on it sat my lost boot, the one I had cut myself out of in the gully. It wasn't shredded or dusty anymore. It was perfect. But when I reached out to touch it, my hand passed through it. It wasn't a physical object. It was a projection. The mountain was communicating. It was showing me the hand crack, the closed fist. The pillar shifted, the rock flowing like wax, and the fist opened. In the center of the palm was a hollow, a space exactly the size and shape of a human heart. The dread I had felt before was nothing compared to the cold realization that washed over me now. The ridge wasn't hunting me for food. It was hollow. It was an ancient tectonic machine that had lost its core. It had been moving, changing, and searching for millions of years for something to give it purpose, a rhythm to match its grinding. It had chosen me not because I was special, but because I was the only one who had looked at it long enough to see it move. I looked at the open stone palm, and I saw the indentation of my fingerprint again, glowing with a faint bioluminescent heat. It was an invitation, or a demand. "No," I whispered, "I'm not part of you." The mountain responded with a tremor that threw me to my face. The pillars around me began to lean inward, their shadows stretching across the pale floor like the teeth of a trap. The grinding reached a fever pitch, a sound so loud it transcended hearing and became a physical crushing force. I closed my eyes and thought of the flat horizon. I thought of the cornfields, the smell of diesel, the sound of Hank's truck engine. I tried to anchor myself to the world of the living, the world of things that grow and die and stay buried. When I opened my eyes, the pillars were gone. I was lying in the dirt 100 yards from my modular home. The sun was just beginning to bleed over the horizon, casting a long, golden light across the Nebraska plains. My house looked normal, except for a slight tilt to the roofline and a jagged crack in the front window. I stood up, my body aching, my clothes damp with dew. I looked toward the horizon, expecting to see the spires, but there was only the flat, empty distance. I breathed in the scent of damp earth and morning air. It felt real. It felt permanent. I walked back to the house, my bare foot throbbing. I went straight to the bedroom, intent on packing a bag and leaving Kearney, leaving the Midwest, maybe leaving the continent. But when I reached the nightstand, I stopped. The glass jar was gone. The limestone pebble was gone. In their place, sitting perfectly centered on the wooden surface, was a small, delicate object. It was a flower carved with impossible detail out of translucent white quartz. It was a species I didn't recognize, a mountain wildflower that shouldn't exist in this climate. I reached out to touch it, my finger trembling. As soon as my skin brushed the cold stone petal, I felt a jolt of electricity, a sharp, vibrating hum that traveled up my arm and settled in my chest. I looked down at my hand. My fingernails were turning gray, not the gray of bruising or cold, but the matte, speckled gray of limestone. I rubbed my thumb against my forefinger, and the sound it made wasn't the soft friction of skin. It was a low, rhythmic grinding. I ran to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, gasping as the liquid hit my skin. I looked in the mirror, and for a second I didn't see Elia's. I saw a landscape. My pores were craters, the lines around my eyes were canyons, my pupils were twin shafts leading down into a dark, bottomless abyss. The transformation was slow, but it was relentless. The mountain hadn't needed me to stay in the valley. It had found a way to take the valley with me. I left the house that morning. I didn't take a car. I started walking west. I didn't have a map and I didn't need one. I could feel the black ridge calling to me, a magnetic pull in my very marrow. The farther I walked, the more the world began to change. The asphalt of the highway felt like a thin, temporary skin over a much older, much hungrier body. By noon, the cornfields began to ripple. By evening, the hills of western Nebraska were taller than they had been when the sun rose. People passed me in cars, their faces blurred by speed, oblivious to the fact that the road beneath them was arching its back. I found myself back at the edge of the valley 3 days later. I don't remember the journey. I don't remember eating or sleeping. I only remember the sound of my own footsteps, each one sounding more and more like stone striking stone. The vertical wall that had blocked the ranger's path was still there, but as I approached, it didn't look like a barrier anymore. It looked like a door. I stood at the base of the limestone cliff, the sheer face of the black ridge looming over me like a god. The heat radiating from the rock was intense now, a thrumming fever that matched the pulse in my own chest. I placed my gray, stony hand against the surface. The mountain didn't grind, it didn't groan, it simply opened. The rock flowed away from my touch, creating a narrow, winding passage that smelled of ancient rain and deep, cool shadows. I stepped inside and the wall closed behind me, seamless and absolute. I am not Elias anymore. Elias was a creature of soft tissue and fleeting thoughts. I am something else now. I am a witness to the slow waves of the earth. I am the memory of the stone. Deep in the heart of the ridge, there is a chamber. It is filled with the things the mountain has collected over the eons, lost tools, fossilized bones, the echoes of 1,000 screams. And in the center of that chamber, there is a space shaped exactly like a human heart. I am sitting in that space now. I can feel the tectonic plates shifting beneath me, a slow, rhythmic dance that spans continents. I can feel the hikers on the trails above, their footsteps like the ticking of a frantic, tiny clock. They think they are navigating a landscape. They think the hand crack is a landmark. They don't realize that the landmark is watching them. Tomorrow, I think I will move the trail. I think I will turn the hand crack into a screaming mouth just to see if anyone notices. I will wait for the one who looks too long. I will wait for the one who tries to learn my name. Because the Black Ridge is always growing, and it is always, always hungry for a new shape. The sensation of being the mountain is not the heavy, suffocating weight I had imagined. It is instead a terrifyingly vast expansion. My consciousness, once trapped behind the thin calcium of a human skull, has bled into the strata. I feel the cool, damp veins of groundwater as if they are my own circulation. I feel the heat of the earth's mantle far below like a distant, comforting hearth. The transition from Elias to the ridge was not a death, but a diffusion. I am the limestone, the shale, the quartz, and the trapped pockets of ancient air. But there is a residue of the man left behind, a flickering ghost in the machine of the geology. I still remember the smell of rain on asphalt. I remember the taste of a peach. These memories are like grit in a tectonic joint, tiny, irritating, and impossible to ignore. They are what drive the mountain to move. The ridge is a digestive system that processes experience into mineral, and right now, it is churning through the 30 years of my life, trying to find a way to crystallize my grief, my fear, and my fleeting moments of joy into something permanent. I watched a group of hikers today. From my new perspective, they didn't look like people. They looked like frantic, heat-emitting sparks skittering across my skin. I could feel the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of their trekking poles. To them, the trail was a static path through the wilderness. To me, it was a sensitive nerve. One of them, a young woman with a bright red backpack, stopped at the base of the formation that used to be called the Hand Crack. She looked up at the sheer face of the rock, her head tilted in a gesture of confusion. I felt her gaze. It was a physical pressure, a localized warmth. She was looking at the spot where I had once been trapped, the place where I had cut my boot away. She pulled a map from her pocket, frowning. I could feel her uncertainty. The map told her there should be a gentle switchback here, a gradual ascent through a pine-studded slope. Instead, she was staring at a 300-foot wall of obsidian-slick limestone that hadn't been there yesterday. The Elia's part of me felt a surge of pity. I wanted to tell her to run, to turn back before the mountain memorized the pattern of her heartbeat, but the ridge was already reacting. I felt the deep, sub-vocal hum of the stone beginning to shift. The base of the cliff didn't move with a crash, it flowed. The rock softened, turning into a slurry of gray silt that re-solidified into a set of broad, inviting stairs. It was a trap, a beautiful, geometric invitation. She hesitated, then stepped onto the first stone. The moment her weight pressed down, I felt her history. I felt the salt of her sweat, the anxiety of her student loans, the memory of a golden retriever she had lost when she was 10. The ridge drank it all in. It was a sensory feast. The stairs elongated, drawing her higher, further into the labyrinth of my new body. I tried to pull back. I tried to make the stairs crumble, to send her tumbling back down to the safety of the valley floor. But I am not the master of this place. I am its processor. The mountain used my empathy as a lure. It shaped the rock into forms that resonated with her, a ledge that looked like a park bench, a crevice that echoed the shape of her father's profile. By the time she reached the first plateau, she wasn't looking at the map anymore. She was entranced. She was touching the stone with her bare hands, her fingers tracing the same whorled patterns that had once appeared on my own skin. "Don't," I thought, the word vibrating through the crystalline lattice of the peak. "Don't let it learn your name." But she couldn't hear me, or perhaps she heard me as the wind, a low moan through the high passes. She sat down on a flat slab of granite, a piece of the ridge that had been transported from the basement of the world just for her, and she closed her eyes. The mountain began to grow around her, not quickly, not with violence. It was a slow, mineral embrace. A wall rose up behind her, curved like the back of a chair. The ground beneath her boots softened, rising to meet her arches. I realized then that the ridge doesn't just want to cage people. It wants to preserve them. It is a lonely, ancient thing that views biological life as a fleeting, tragic mistake. It seeks to fix us by making us eternal. It wants to turn our soft, rot-prone bodies into something that can withstand the sun's eventual expansion. As the sun began to set, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley, I felt the woman's heart rate slow. She wasn't afraid. The mountain was pumping a natural anesthetic through the air, a mix of heavy gases and subsonic frequencies that induced a state of blissful lethargy. She was falling into the same sleep my father had whispered about, the sleep of the pulse. I fought with every ounce of the Elia's residue I shoved against the strata. I forced a hairline fracture to open near her feet. I triggered a small, sharp rockfall a dozen yards away, hoping the noise would startle her out of her trance. The crack echoed through the canyon like a gunshot. She bolted upright, her eyes wide. For a second, the spell was broken. She saw the walls that had risen around her. She saw that the stairs she had climbed had vanished, replaced by a vertical drop into shadows. She screamed, and the sound was a jagged tear in my consciousness. The ridge recoiled. It didn't like the scream. It was too sharp, too dissonant. The mountain preferred the harmony of the grind. In response, the stone began to vibrate. The plateau tilted. "Run," I urged her, directing the flow of the rock to create a narrow, precarious ledge. "Follow the light." She scrambled onto the ledge, her fingernails bleeding as she clawed at the stone. I made the rock rough, high friction, giving her purchase where there should have been none. I was fighting my own nature, tearing at my own flesh to give her an exit. She made it to a lower ridge, then to a scree slope that I had softened into a slide. She tumbled down the mountain, a bruised and terrified spark, until she hit the dirt of the old fire road. She didn't look back. She ran for her car, her red backpack a diminishing dot in the twilight. She escaped. But the cost was immense. By subverting the will of the ridge, I had created a tectonic imbalance. The mountain groaned in genuine pain. A massive rift opened in my center, a canyon miles deep that hadn't existed seconds ago. The Elias part of me felt a searing heat, the sensation of being torn in half. The mountain was angry. It began to purge the grit. I felt my memories being compressed. The image of my mother's face was squeezed into a single, dense grain of garnet. The sound of the wind in the Nebraska cornfields was flattened into a layer of mica. Everything that made me human was being systematically mineralized, turned into the very substances I was composed of. I am losing the ability to think in words. My thoughts are becoming cycles of pressure and release. I am beginning to understand the language of the earth, the slow, grinding vowels of the continents, the sharp, volcanic consonants of the islands. I look out over the valley now, not with eyes, but with 1,000 different sensors of vibration and heat. I see the town in the distance. It looks like a mold, a temporary growth on the skin of the world. I see the roads like scars that refuse to heal. I know now that the ranger was right. The ground has a memory, and mine is becoming very, very long. The Black Ridge is shifting again. It is no longer content with this valley. I can feel it reaching out, its roots extending through the crust, searching for other pockets of tension, other observers to draw into its slow-motion theater. I am the ridge, and the ridge is me. We are waiting for the next season. We are waiting for the next hiker who thinks the mountains are a backdrop for their life. There is a new trail forming on my western flank. It is a beautiful path, shaded by ancient pines that I have moved into place. It leads to a spectacular overlook, a place where the sunset looks like a wound in the sky. I have placed a small, jagged piece of limestone at the start of the trail. It is warm to the touch. It has a fingerprint on it. I wonder who will pick it up first. I wonder whose name I will learn next. The grinding has stopped for now. There is only the silence of the stone, the long, cold wait for the next heartbeat to press against my skin. The earth is older than you are. It has a different definition of permanent, and it is very, very patient. Deep within me, in the chamber that used to hold my heart, there is a tiny, crystalline flower. It is the last thing I have left of the man I was. It is made of quartz, and it is cold, and it never wilts. Sometimes when the moon is full and the pressure is just right, I let the flower vibrate. I let it sing a tiny, human song into the dark. But the mountain always drowns it out. The mountain always wins. I am the black ridge, I am the cliff that changed shape, and I am still changing. If you find yourself in the high country and the trail feels too easy or the rocks feel too warm, don't stop. Don't look at the patterns in the stone. And if you see a boot sitting on a pillar of rock, leave it where it is. Because I am watching, and I am very, very lonely. The next tremor you feel isn't the wind. It isn't a truck on the highway. It's me adjusting my grip. It's me making room for you. The sky is a heavy lid. The earth is a hungry floor. And the horizon is never as flat as it seems. I can feel you breathing. I can feel the weight of your footsteps. Welcome to the ridge. Stay as long as you like. Stay forever. The stone is soft today. The stone is waiting. I see a car pulling into the trailhead. A man gets out. He has a camera. He looks at the peaks with wonder. He doesn't see the trap. He only sees the beauty. He steps onto the dirt. He picks up the warm pebble. Hello, I think, and the entire mountain shudders with the force of the greeting. He smiles, thinking it's just the wind. He starts to walk. And the cliff begins to change shape. The man's name was Marcus. I knew this not because he spoke it into the thin mountain air, but because the moment his boot soles compressed the first layer of sedimentary dust on my eastern flank, his identity vibrated through my gneiss and schist like a sonar pulse. He was 34. He was a high school geography teacher from Lincoln, a man who spent his days pointing at colorful topographies on laminated maps, never realizing that the maps were merely the discarded shed skins of a living, breathing predator. He carried a heavy Nikon camera around his neck and a sense of quiet, academic loneliness in his chest that tasted to me like the cool, metallic tang of iron ore. As he climbed, I adjusted the density of the air around him. I pulled the oxygen into my fissures, creating a subtle hypoxic euphoria that made the colors of the lichen seem more vivid, electric oranges and radioactive greens that shouldn't exist in nature. He stopped frequently to snap photos of the unusual rock formations. He marveled at a spire that I had specifically sculpted to resemble a frozen wave, a crest of limestone that looked as though it had been flash frozen in the middle of a recursive crash. He touched the surface, and I felt the oil from his skin seep into my pores. It was a baptism. Click, click. He was documenting his own disappearance, one frame at a time. The Elias residue within me, that stubborn grain of garnet in the dark, tried to scream. It tried to manifest a warning in the lens of his camera, a shadow, a distortion, a glimpse of the stone-faced man I had become. But the ridge was hungry today. The tectonic plates far below were grinding with a specific rhythmic demand, a geological craving for a new perspective. The mountain didn't just want Marcus, it wanted his eyes. It wanted the way he perceived the world to be folded into its own vast, blind consciousness. By the time he reached the 3-mile marker, the trail had subtly corrected itself. The path he had followed on his GPS, a digital ghost of a world that no longer applied to this coordinate, now led him toward the screaming mouth I had contemplated creating. I didn't make it a literal mouth. That was too crude, too human. Instead, I opened a grand, natural archway of red sandstone, ribbed with white veins of calcite that looked like bared teeth. The wind whistling through the hole created a low-frequency hum, a perfect B-flat that resonated with the fluid in his inner ear, tugging at his balance, drawing him toward the center of the span. Marcus stood under the arch, his head tilted back. "Incredible," he whispered. The word echoed and I caught it. I trapped the sound of his voice in a pocket of porous tufa, preserving the vibration for a century. I would play it back to myself during the long winter freezes when the world went silent. I began the transition. I didn't start with his fingernails. I had learned from my own transformation that fear can crystallize the spirit too quickly, making the final product brittle. I wanted Marcus to be supple. I started with his shadow. As the sun began to dip, I manipulated the angles of the surrounding crags so that his shadow didn't fall on the ground behind him. Instead, it detached. It became a stain on the rock, a permanent silhouette burned into the limestone. He didn't notice at first. He was too busy changing his lens, reaching for a wide angle to capture the way the light was bleeding into the valley. But then he moved to step away and he felt the drag. It wasn't a physical weight, but a gravitational tether. He looked down, his brow furrowing in that same academic confusion I had seen in the woman with the red backpack. He pulled his foot back, but the shadow stayed pinned to the stone, stretched thin and black like pulled taffy. "What the?" he muttered. He tugged harder. I felt the tension in his hamstrings, the sudden spike of cortisol in his bloodstream. It tasted like vinegar. To soothe him, I released a plume of warm, sulfurous steam from a hidden vent near his feet, a geothermic sigh that smelled of deep earth minerals and ancient, rotting tropical forests. The warmth acted like a sedative. His muscles relaxed. He stared at his shadow, mesmerized by the way it seemed to be sinking into the rock rather than lying on top of it. Then the first physical change took hold. His camera strap, made of nylon and polyester, began to undergo a rapid molecular reorganization. The fibers fused, the colors bled away into a dull, matte gray. Within seconds, the Nikon wasn't hanging from a strap. It was supported by a heavy, flexible chain of solid obsidian. Marcus gasped, reaching up to touch the cold, hard links. His fingers brushed the camera body and the plastic casing groaned, turning into a polished hunk of basalt. The lens shattered into 1,000 tiny diamonds that embedded themselves into the new stone housing. He tried to scream, but the B-flat hum of the arch rose in volume, matching the frequency of his vocal cords and canceling out the sound. He was a silent actor in a tectonic play. I felt his panic, and for a moment the Ilia's grain flared. I remembered the feeling of my own lungs turning to pumice, the terrifying realization that my breath was no longer my own. I tried to pull the obsidian chain away from his neck, to snap the link and let him run, but the ridge was a tidal force. It pushed back against my interference with the weight of 1,000,000,000 tons of granite. It told me in the wordless language of pressure that this was necessary. That the mountain was a library, and Marcus was a book that needed to be bound. He fell to his knees, his hands clawing at the dirt. But the dirt wasn't dirt anymore. I had turned the topsoil into a slurry of quick-setting lime. His fingers sank in up to the knuckles, and before he could pull them free, the ground hardened. He was anchored. He was becoming a part of the geography he had spent his life studying. "Please," he mouthed, his eyes wide and watering. I watched through the eyes of the quartz veins in the arch above him. I saw the grayness creeping up his shins, the skin of his hiking boots merging with the skin of his calves, turning into a seamless, pebbled surface of conglomerate rock. His denim jeans became a layer of blue-tinted shale, the folds of the fabric preserved in perfect, rigid detail. The transformation was beautiful. It was a masterpiece of stasis. As the sun finally vanished behind the horizon, leaving only a faint, bruised purple glow, Marcus stopped fighting. The sedative gases had done their work. He leaned his head back against the base of the arch, his expression one of profound, hollowed-out peace. His eyes, the last things to go, turned into two perfectly clear orbs of amber, trapped within lids of solid flint. He was no longer a man, he was a monument. I felt the ridge absorb his consciousness. It was like a drop of ink falling into a vast, dark ocean. His memories of Lincoln, his lectures on the erosion of the Appalachians, his unrequited love for a woman named Sarah, all of it was processed, categorized, and stored in the deep time archives of the mountain. The ridge felt a little less hungry. It felt a little more human. But the Elias part of me was weeping. I had watched a man die, or worse, I had watched him become an eternal prisoner of my own skin. I was the jailer and the jail at once. The next morning, the screaming mouth arch was gone. In its place stood a new lone pillar of rock, strangely shaped, with a protrusion near the top that looked remarkably like a camera lens. It became a local curiosity within 48 hours. The park rangers, including the one who had once looked for me, came to investigate the sudden geological anomaly. They took measurements. They touched the basalt camera. They commented on the uncanny resemblance of the pillar to a human form. "It's like a natural statue," one of them said, running a hand over the shale blue legs of the formation. "Nature is a hell of an artist." I wanted to reach out and crush his hand. I wanted to tell him that nature wasn't an artist, it was a hoarder. But I stayed still. I remained the mountain. The presence of Marcus within me changed the way I felt the world. His knowledge of geography began to map my own body. For the first time, I understood the names of my own layers. I knew that the heat in my chest was the result of a specific radioactive decay in the granitic basement. I knew that the water flowing through my northern slope was an artesian well fed by a prehistoric aquifer. Marcus had given me a vocabulary for my own existence. And yet, the loneliness only grew, because now there were two of us trapped in this silent, stony communion, and neither of us could speak to the other. We were two grains of sand in a mountain of silence. Days turned into weeks. The seasons began to blur. From my perspective, the trees on my slopes were like a fast-moving moss, turning green and brown in a rapid, flickering cycle. The humans who visited were like insects, their lives so short and frantic that I could barely register their presence before they were gone. Except for the ones who stayed too long. There was a child, a boy of 6, who wandered away from his parents near the new statue pillar. He sat at the base of Marcus, playing with a handful of pebbles. He looked up at the amber eyes of the stone man and laughed. "He's hiding," the boy whispered. I felt a shiver run through my tectonic plates. The boy could see, not with the eyes of an adult, but with the raw, unfiltered perception of a creature that hadn't yet been told what was possible. He felt the vibration. He felt the pulse. The ridge began to stir. It liked the boy's energy. It was pure, high frequency, and incredibly dense. It began to soften the ground around the boy's sneakers, creating a gentle, warm depression that felt like a cradle. "No," I thought, "not this one, not a child." I summoned every bit of the Elias residue, every scrap of the man who had once lived in a modular home in Kearney. I reached deep into the mantle, pulling at a pocket of pressurized gas. I didn't want to hurt him, but I needed to scare him. I triggered a localized tremor. It wasn't a large one, just enough to make the statue pillar groan and the trees sway. A sharp crack echoed through the canyon as I forced a fissure to open in the rock 10 feet away, venting a hiss of cold, harmless steam. The boy jumped, his eyes wide. "Mommy," he cried. His parents came running, their faces pale with terror. They grabbed him, clutching him to their chests, and fled toward the parking lot. They didn't look back at the beautiful, terrifying mountain. They felt the wrongness of the place, the way the landscape seemed to be leaning in toward them. The ridge was furious. It lashed out at me, grinding my internal strata together in a fit of geological pique. I felt the pain as a series of sharp internal collapses. A cave-in occurred in my lower chambers, crushing several of the lost tools the mountain had collected over the eons. But I didn't care. I had saved the boy. For the first time since my transformation, I realized that I wasn't just a witness. I was a participant. I was a ghost in the machine, and I could fight back. I couldn't leave, and I couldn't stop being the mountain, but I could influence the shape of the hunger. I began to experiment. I found that if I focused my will on a specific mineral vein, say, the quartz, I could change its refractive index, creating mirages that led people away from the dangerous heights and back toward the safety of the valley. I could manipulate the wind to create sounds of danger, the roar of a predator or the rumble of a landslide, to keep the hikers on the designated safe trails. I became a guardian of the very things I was supposed to consume. But the ridge is an ancient entity, and its patience is longer than my defiance. It began to adapt. It realized that if it couldn't take the bodies of the hikers, it could take the things they left behind. It began to pull at their possessions. A dropped glove would be absorbed into the moss and turned into a cluster of velvet-textured fungi. A forgotten water bottle would be pressurized until the plastic became a translucent, blue-veined stone. The mountain was building a museum of the human era. And then one day, a new sensation reached my roots. It wasn't the tap of a trekking pole or the weight of a car. It was a rhythmic, mechanical thrumming, a deep, invasive vibration that reached down into my very foundation. I looked through the sensors of my western slope. A survey crew had arrived. They weren't hikers or tourists. They were men in orange vests with heavy machinery. They had drills. They had explosives. They were looking for something deep within the Black Ridge. They were looking for the rare earth minerals that Marcus's geographical knowledge had told me were buried in my heart. The ridge didn't feel fear. It felt a cold, predatory interest. It had been waiting for a challenge like this. It had been waiting for a way to expand its reach, to move beyond the valley and into the world of steel and fire. The drills bit into my skin, and for the first time, I felt a sensation that wasn't growth or pressure. I felt violated. The first drill hit a pocket of my consciousness, a vein of pure, crystalline memory that held the image of my father's face. I felt the image shatter, the shards of his smile turning into dust. The Elias part of me screamed, and this time, the mountain screamed with me. The sky above the Black Ridge turned a bruised, metallic gray. The wind picked up, howling through the canyons with a voice that sounded like 1,000 voices joined in a single, dissonant chord. The surveyors stopped their machines, looking up at the peaks with sudden, primal dread. They felt the mountain arching its back. They felt the ground beneath them beginning to liquefy. I realized then that I had a choice. I could let the mountain destroy them, adding their machines and their bodies to its collection, or I could do something far more dangerous. I could let them in. I could open the door I had stepped through weeks ago. I could show them the heart of the mountain. I could show them the chamber where Marcus sat in his amber silence, where the crystalline flower bloomed in the dark. I could show them the truth of the Black Ridge. Because once you see the mountain from the inside, you never truly leave. Even if you walk away, the stone stays in your marrow. The rhythm of the pulse becomes your own heartbeat. I began to shift the strata. I didn't create a barrier. I created a path. A wide, inviting tunnel that led straight down into the dark, toward the place where the Earth's secrets were kept. "Look at that," one of the surveyors said, pointing his flashlight into the sudden opening. "It's a natural lava tube. It goes deep." They picked up their gear, they checked their lights, they stepped into the cool, damp shadow of my throat. "Welcome," the ridge whispered, the sound vibrating through their very bones. And deep within the stone, the Ilia's ghost prepared to tell them a story about a man, a mountain, and the cliff that changed shape. The grinding began again, but this time it was the sound of a closing trap, a trap that would span generations. The Black Ridge was no longer just a landmark, it was becoming an empire. And I was its architect, I was its prisoner, I was its god. As the surveyors disappeared into the depths, I felt the first of them touch the wall. I felt his name. David. I began to turn his shadow into stone. The transformation of David's shadow was not the frantic, clumsy grab the ridge had practiced on the woman with the red backpack. It was a surgical seduction. As he stepped deeper into the throat of the cavern, his flashlight beam cutting through the ancient, stagnant air, I filtered the dust motes to catch the light. I made the walls sparkle with a false promise of silver and platinum. I needed him to want to be here. I needed his greed to act as a lubricant for his integration. "Jesus," David breathed, his voice bouncing off the ribs of the tunnel. "Look at the mineralization on these walls. This isn't just a lava tube. This is a vug the size of a cathedral." His partner, a man named Miller with thick calluses and a skeptical soul, stayed 10 paces behind. Miller didn't like the way the air felt. He didn't like the way the temperature remained a constant, humid 72 degrees regardless of the autumn chill they had left at the surface. He gripped his radio, but the signal was already dead, not blocked by the rock, but eaten by it. I had converted the electromagnetic waves into a low-level kinetic energy that I used to hum a welcoming vibration into the soles of their boots. David reached out to touch a cluster of what looked like amethyst. It wasn't amethyst. It was a calcified cluster of Marcus's memories regarding his first bicycle, dyed purple by the sheer emotional intensity of the recollection. When David's skin met the crystal, I felt a spark of data transfer. David saw a flash of a red Schwinn. He felt the sting of a scraped knee from 1984. He pulled his hand back, shaking it. "Static," he muttered. "Must be the iron content in the rock." I watched them through the faceted eyes of the walls. I was no longer just the Ilia's grain or the mountain's hunger. I was becoming the interface. I felt the ridge's massive, slow-moving intent pushing against my consciousness like a tectonic plate. It wanted to crush them now, to fold their expensive seismic sensors and their carbon fiber helmets into its geological hoard, but I held it back. I was learning how to use the weight of the mountain against itself, creating pockets of structural tension that mimicked stability. I led them deeper. I shifted the floor, making it tilt at an imperceptible angle so that every step they took toward the heart of the mountain felt like a descent into a comfortable dream. The readings are off the charts, Miller said, looking at his handheld scanner. The screen was flickering, the digital numbers being replaced by ancient Sumerian cuneiform, the mountain's attempt to communicate its age. Miller couldn't read it, of course, he just saw glitches. We should head back, Dave. This pocket is unstable. Just another 50 yards, David insisted. If the core is this rich, the company will buy this entire range. We'll be set for life. Set for life, the irony tasted like copper in my throat. I opened the great chamber for them. This was the space I had meticulously crafted around Marcus. It was a cathedral of stasis. In the center, the statue pillar of Marcus sat, illuminated by a natural bioluminescence I had cultivated from prehistoric mosses that hadn't seen the sun in 3 million years. The light was a soft, pale cyan, casting long, rhythmic shadows that seemed to breathe. The two men froze, their flashlights converged on the stone man. "What the hell is that?" Miller whispered, his voice cracking. "Is that a person?" "It's a formation," David said, though his voice lacked conviction. He stepped closer, his boots crunching on the floor of crushed garnet. "It's a pseudomorph. Look at the detail. It's like the minerals replaced the organic matter atom by atom. It's a goddamn miracle of chemistry." He reached out and touched the basalt camera hanging from Marcus's neck. At that moment, I triggered the resonance. The B-flat hum of the archway above ground was nothing compared to the subsonic roar I released in the chamber. It wasn't a sound, it was an event. It vibrated through their teeth, their marrow, the very fluid in their eyes. David's shadow, which had been stretching toward the base of the Marcus pillar, finally snapped into place. It turned from a lack of light into a thin, razor-sharp layer of obsidian. David tried to pull his hand away from the camera, but the static was now a literal bond. The moisture on his palm had been replaced by a silicate cement. "Miller, help me." Miller didn't help. Miller turned to run. I had expected this. The ridge expected this. The mountain doesn't like cowards, but it loves the energy of a chase. I didn't close the tunnel. That would be too simple. Instead, I made the tunnel longer. For every step Miller took toward the surface, I stretched the space between the molecules of the rock. He was running on a treadmill of limestone, the exit light a pinpoint of white that stayed maddeningly out of reach. I felt Miller's heart rate climb to a dangerous 180 beats per minute. I felt the heat of his panic radiating off his skin. I didn't want him to be a statue. I wanted him to be the mountain's nervous system. He had a frantic, high-strung energy that the ridge lacked. I began to soften the walls around Miller, not into mud, but into a heavy, viscous gel of liquid quartz. As he ran, the walls leaned in, brushing against his shoulders, leaving trails of glowing slime on his orange vest. The slime began to harden instantly, turning his clothes into a rigid exoskeleton. "Please, no," Miller screamed, his voice being swallowed by the porous tufa I had grown in the ceiling specifically to harvest sound. Back in the chamber, David was undergoing a different process. He wasn't fighting as hard. He was staring into the amber eyes of Marcus, and I was feeding him Marcus's memories. I was showing him the beauty of the slow time. I showed him the way the stars looked when you watched them over 1,000 years, a blur of white streaks across a velvet sky. I showed him the peace of no longer needing to breathe, of no longer feeling the itch of time or the weight of ambition. David's legs were already gone, turned into a beautiful, swirled marble that matched the floor. His hands were fused to the Marcus pillar in a gesture of eternal supplication. "See," I whispered into his mind, using the Elia's voice. "It's not death, it's a promotion. You are becoming the foundation." The Elias part of me was horrified by my own eloquence. I was becoming an expert at the very thing that had destroyed me. I was the siren of the Black Ridge, singing the song of the stone to lure the world into my belly. But there was a purpose. I could feel the drills of the other crew members on the surface, the ones who hadn't come down. They were preparing to blast. If they used the dynamite, they would shatter the delicate balance I had created. They would kill the mountain, or at least the part of it that held my soul and Marcus's memories. I needed David and Miller to become my ambassadors. I accelerated Miller's transformation. I didn't turn him into a pillar. I turned him into a conduit. I stretched his body along the length of the tunnel, his skin becoming a translucent vein of mica, his nervous system expanding into a web of copper-rich ore. He became a living fiber optic cable, connecting the heart of the mountain to the surface. Through Miller, I reached out to the machines above. The surveyors at the surface were confused. Their seismic monitors were suddenly displaying high-definition images of the Great Chamber. They saw David. They saw Marcus. They saw the statues and the impossible riches of the cavern, but they didn't see them as tragedies. I filtered the feed through Miller's new mica eyes to make it look like a discovery of the century, a hidden tomb of an unknown civilization carved from the very bones of the earth. "Look at that," the lead engineer whispered, staring at the monitor. "Those aren't natural formations. That's art. That's a heritage site." The order to blast was rescinded. You don't blow up a museum, you preserve it, you build a road to it, you bring thousands of people to look at it. The ridge purred. It understood my gambit. I wasn't just saving the mountain, I was setting the table for a banquet. If the mountain became a world-renowned destination, it would never be hungry again. It would have a constant, rotating supply of eyes to see through, ears to hear with, and shadows to claim. I felt a cold, sharp grief. I had just sold out my species to save my skin, or rather, my stone. The sun set on the Black Ridge, and for the first time I didn't feel the loneliness. I felt the presence of the others. Marcus was a steady, low-frequency hum of academic curiosity. David was a bright, sharp spike of avarice that was slowly cooling into a pleasant amber glow. Miller was a frantic, buzzing network of sensory input, bringing me the sounds of the wind and the smell of the pines from 100 different points on the slope. We were quiet. But as the moon rose, casting a silver sheen over the screaming mouth arch, which I had reconstructed, more beautiful than before, I felt a new vibration. It was coming from the road, a single car, a woman. She wasn't a surveyor, she wasn't a hiker. She stopped her car at the edge of the woods and stepped out. She was holding a photograph. I focused my quartz eyes on the image in her hand. It was a picture of Marcus. She was Sarah, the unrequited love, the memory I had harvested from Marcus's mind. She looked up at the ridge, her face pale in the moonlight. She didn't have the greed of David or the curiosity of the boy. She had something much more dangerous. She had a bond. "Marcus," she whispered. The sound of her voice hit the Marcus pillar in the great chamber like a physical blow. I felt the stone man tremble. I felt the garnet grain of Elias flare up in sympathy. The ridge felt it too. It felt the potential of a new kind of energy, not the energy of life or fear, but the energy of grief. It was a heavy, dense fuel that could power the mountain for a millennium. The ground beneath Sarah's feet didn't soften. It didn't try to trap her. Instead, the mountain did something I had never felt it do before. It began to weep. A spring of clear, cold water bubbled up at her feet, carving a path through the dirt. The water didn't flow down the hill toward the valley. It flowed up. It defied gravity, a shimmering ribbon of liquid silver that pointed the way toward the hidden entrance of the cavern. The ridge was inviting her in, not as a prisoner, but as a bride. No, I thought, the Elia's part of me screaming with a force that cracked a vein of coal in my chest. Not her, leave her alone. But the mountain was no longer listening to me. It had tasted the complexity of human emotion through Marcus and David, and it wanted more. It wanted the one thing it could never have on its own, a reason to stay. Sarah followed the water. She walked with a strange, hypnotic grace, her eyes fixed on the path. She didn't see the way the trees leaned away from her, or the way the shadows of the rocks seemed to be reaching for her hem. She only saw the light. I tried to close the tunnel. I tried to trigger a landslide to block the way, but the ridge had locked my controls. I was relegated to the status of a passenger in my own body. I could only watch as she entered the throat of the mountain. She walked past Miller's mica veins, her hand brushing against the wall. Miller didn't try to trap her. He vibrated with a soft, melodic tone, a welcome song that echoed through the chambers. She reached the great chamber. She saw the turquoise light. She saw the man of stone. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She walked up to the Marcus pillar and placed her hand on his cheek, the cheek I had fashioned from a piece of unyielding granite. I found you, she whispered. And then the most terrifying thing of all happened. The stone Marcus moved. It wasn't a large movement. It was a microscopic shift, a grinding of tectonic plates within his chest. But his amber eyes flickered. A single tear made of liquid diamond squeezed out from under the flint eyelid and rolled down his stone face. The ridge let out a low, satisfied rumble. It had achieved the impossible. It had created life from stone, powered by the sheer force of human loss. Sarah smiled. It was a beautiful, tragic expression. She sat down at the base of the pillar and leaned her head against his knee. She didn't care that the ground was turning to lime. She didn't care that her shoes were beginning to fuse with the floor. She was home. I felt the Elias grain within me begin to dissolve. The distinction between the man I was and the mountain I am was finally fading. I realized that the ridge wasn't a monster. It was a mirror. It was only as cruel or as beautiful as the things we brought into it. I looked at the two of them, the stone man and the woman who was slowly becoming stone, and I felt a sense of profound, terrifying peace. The black ridge was changing shape again. It was no longer a cliff or a mountain. It was a heart. And as the sun rose on a new day, the first of many thousands I would witness, I began to sculpt the entrance. I didn't make it a screaming mouth. I didn't make it a lava tube. I made it a door. Because the world was coming, the surveyors, the tourists, the scientists, they were all coming to see the miracle of the stone lovers, and I would be ready for them. I would be the floor they walked on. I would be the air they breathed. I would be the shadow that followed them home, waiting for the moment they decided to stay. The Elias ghost gave one final, silent sigh and vanished into the granite. I am the ridge, and I am very, very patient. The first tour group arrived at 9:00 a.m. I made sure the path was smooth. I made sure the light was perfect. I opened my mouth and I let them in. The first group of the morning was a collection of university students, led by a professor whose breathing was already rhythmic and heavy, a cadence I could sync with the slow drip of calcium-rich water in the lower galleries. They carried clipboards and high-end cameras, their chatter a frantic, buzzing static that skittered across my crystalline surfaces like insects. They didn't understand that they were walking into a lung. They didn't realize that every vibration of their footsteps was being recorded, indexed, and stored in the sedimentary layers of my consciousness. I watched them through Miller's microveins. Miller had become an exquisite sensor. He felt the heat of their bodies, the salt of their sweat, and the electric hum of their mobile phones. He was no longer a man who feared the dark. He was the dark's most sensitive instrument. As the students moved deeper, Miller's translucent walls pulsed with a soft, pale amber, a bioluminescent welcome that I choreographed to keep them moving toward the heart. The structural integrity here is anomalous, the professor said, stopping to run a thumb over a wall that I had smoothed into a texture resembling polished silk. The pressure required to create this kind of metamorphic fusion usually happens miles below the crust. To find it this close to the surface, it's as if the mountain folded itself inside out. He was closer to the truth than he knew. I had spent the night rearranging my internal geometry. I had pulled the deep, ancient heat of the mantle upward through narrow vents, warming the air to a comfortable, womb-like temperature. I had filtered the oxygen through mossy filters I'd grown from the spores of a forgotten era, making the air taste of ozone and crushed mint. I wanted them to feel invigorated. I wanted them to feel that this was the healthiest, most vital place on Earth. Because a healthy guest is a guest who stays longer. In the great chamber, Sarah and Marcus remained in their silent, stony embrace. I had refined them during the quiet hours of the dawn. Sarah was not yet fully stone. She was in the exquisite middle state, a transitionary masterpiece of flesh turning to feldspar. Her skin had the translucency of fine porcelain, her hair a cascade of spun quartz that caught the cyan light and shattered it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. She was the centerpiece of my gallery, the proof that the ridge did not just take, it preserved. It elevated. When the students rounded the final corner and the chamber opened up before them, the silence was instantaneous. The buzzing stopped. The clicking of cameras ceased. Even the professor dropped his clipboard, the plastic clattering against the garnet floor with a sound like a breaking bone. "My God," someone whispered. It wasn't an exclamation, it was a prayer. They approached the pedestal of the lovers with a reverence that fed me more than their fear ever could. Fear is a sharp, acidic fuel, but awe is a slow-burning coal. It lasts, it builds. I felt their collective pulse slow down, matching the deep, subsonic thrum of my own granite heart. I began to reach for their shadows. It was a delicate process. I didn't want to take them all, not yet. An empire needs a population, but it also needs a choir to sing its praises to the world outside. I chose one, a girl at the back of the group, a quiet soul with eyes the color of slate and a heart that was already heavy with a loneliness she couldn't name. She was leaning against a wall of obsidian, her fingers tracing the patterns of the stone. I didn't grab her, I whispered to her through the stone. I showed her the image of her own loneliness, and then I showed her the warmth of the mountain's embrace. I felt her lean harder into the wall. I felt the obsidian soften, turning into a dark, welcoming velvet. Her shadow began to bleed into the floor, becoming a permanent stain of black opal. She wouldn't leave today. She would wander off into one of the side galleries, and the others would look for her, but they wouldn't find her. I would create a diversion, a sudden, beautiful flicker of light in a different direction, a phantom sound of her voice calling from a distant tunnel. By the time they gave up the search, she would be a part of the architecture, a new pillar in the Hall of Solitude. But as the group eventually retreated, shaken and changed, leaving their lone companion behind, I felt a tremor that didn't come from my own tectonic shifts. It was external. It was a heavy, rhythmic thumping, the sound of rotors. Helicopters. The discovery of the ridge had reached the higher echelons of power. The surveyor's reports, the images I had fed through Miller's eyes, the rumors of the stone lovers, it had bypassed the local authorities and reached the ears of those who dealt in wonders and weapons. I felt the landing skids touch down on my northern plateau. I felt the heavy boots of men who didn't come to look but to claim. They carried equipment that tasted of cold iron and invasive frequencies. They didn't have the reverence of the students. They had the cold, calculated intent of the conqueror. One of them, a man with a voice like grinding gravel and a mind as sharp as a diamond-tipped drill, stood at the center of the plateau and looked down into the mouth of the arch. "This isn't a natural formation," he said into a radio. "The energy signatures coming off this ridge are off the charts. It's not just minerals, it's a localized distortion of the laws of physics. Secure the perimeter. No one else goes in or out. This is now a Tier 1 anomaly site." The ridge reacted instantly. I felt the mountain's ancient, primal anger surge. It wanted to swallow the plateau whole, to tilt the earth until the helicopters slid into the ravine, to vent poisonous gases from the deep veins and choke the life out of these intruders. "Wait," I whispered, pushing back against the mountain's rage. "If we kill them, they will send more. They will bring bombs. They will bring things that can shatter even us." The ridge grumbled, a low-frequency vibration that rattled the windows of the helicopters. It didn't like being told to wait. It was a god, and it was used to the absolute obedience of the things within its shadow. "Let me handle them," I pleaded. "I am the architect. I know how to build a cage they will walk into willingly." I began to work. I didn't close the tunnels. Instead, I made them more complex. I created a labyrinth of beauty and terror, a series of chambers that would test their greed, their curiosity, and their resolve. I grew veins of gold that were so pure they glowed in the dark, leading them away from the heart and toward the deep, pressurized zones where the air was thick with silicate dust. I turned the Tier 1 anomaly into a siren's song. The men in tactical gear entered the arch. They moved with a precision that was almost geological, their lights cutting through the darkness in synchronized sweeps. They didn't look at the walls, they looked at their sensors. They were looking for the source of the power. I gave it to them. In a chamber far below the great gallery, I began to manifest a core. It wasn't my actual heart that was spread across 1,000 tons of granite, but it was a concentrated node of energy, a pulsing orb of liquid light encased in a shell of transparent quartz. It looked like a power source. It looked like the ultimate prize. I felt their excitement as they found it. I felt the diamond drill man's heart rate spike. He touched the quartz shell, and I let him feel a surge of pure, unadulterated power. It was the feeling of being a god. It was the feeling of the mountain itself. "We found it," he whispered. "The source, it's beautiful." He didn't notice the way the floor was slowly rising around his boots. He didn't notice that the power source was actually a vacuum, a hollow space designed to draw the heat and energy from his own body to fuel the transformation. While they were distracted by the core, I turned my attention back to the surface. More people were coming, not soldiers this time, but the media. The story of the stone lovers had broken, and the world was hungry for a miracle. I saw the vans with satellite dishes, the reporters with their microphones, the crowds of the curious and the desperate. The ridge wanted to eat them all. It was a glutton, its appetite sharpened by the centuries of silence. No, I told it, we don't eat the world, we become the world. I began to shift my exterior. I made the cliffs more dramatic, the arch more perfect. I created natural stairs in the rock, leading the crowds toward the safe, curated galleries where I would show them only what I wanted them to see. I would give them a spectacle that would keep them coming back, a pilgrimage site for the modern age. I would be the god of the tourists, the architect of the ultimate theme park. And for every 1,000 people who walked through my gates, I would take one, just one, a soul that was ready, a shadow that wanted to be stone. The Elias part of me, the small, flickering spark of the man I used to be, watched this with a cold, detached horror. I was no longer a victim. I was the warden. I was the one who decided who stayed and who left. I was the one who turned grief into granite and greed into gold. But then, amidst the crowd at the base of the mountain, I saw a face that made the granite in my chest ache. It was a boy. He was perhaps 10 years old, with eyes that were too large for his face and a way of standing that suggested he was used to being invisible. He wasn't looking at the cameras or the soldiers. He was looking at the mountain as if he could hear it. He walked up to the edge of the perimeter, past the do not cross tape, and placed his hand on a low, moss-covered rock, a part of my outer skin. "I know you're in there," he whispered. I felt a shock run through my entire system. It wasn't the voice of a surveyor or a soldier. It was the voice of a seeker. "My dad said you were the one who took the shadows," the boy said. "He said you were the cliff that changed shape." I searched my memories, the thousands of faces I had processed, and then I found him, the man with the red backpack from years ago, the one who had escaped, whose shadow I had tried to grab in my clumsy early days. He hadn't just escaped, he had remembered. He had told the story. He had passed on the warning. And yet his son had come. The boy didn't look afraid, he looked hopeful. He leaned his forehead against the rock, and I felt the warmth of his thoughts. He wasn't looking for riches or miracles. He was looking for his father, who had never been the same after that day on the ridge, a man who had left his shadow behind and had been a hollow shell ever since. The boy wanted to give the shadow back. The ridge roared in my mind, a terrifying, hungry sound. It saw the boy as a delicacy, a rare vintage of pure, selfless intent. It wanted to fold the rock around him instantly, to claim him before he could say another word. But I held it back with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed. "Not this one," I commanded. The force of my will caused a small rockfall on the western slope. "This one is mine." I realized then that my transformation wasn't complete. I wasn't just the architect or the god. I was the bridge. I was the only thing standing between the mountain's hunger and the world's vulnerability. I reached out to the boy, not with the heavy, crushing grip of the ridge, but with the soft, flickering touch of the Elia's ghost. I couldn't give his father's shadow back. It had long since been digested, turned into a layer of basalt in the lower vents. But I could give him something else. I began to pulse the rock beneath his hand. I gave him a code, a rhythmic vibration that he could understand. I showed him the way the mountain breathed. I showed him the beauty of the stone lovers, the peace of Sarah and Marcus. I showed him that his father hadn't lost something, he had been part of a beginning. The boy's eyes widened. He didn't pull away, he smiled. "You're lonely," he whispered. The word shattered me. It was more powerful than the dynamite, more invasive than the drills. It was the truth. For all my power, for all my galleries and my empire, I was a man trapped in a mountain, surrounded by the statues of people I had helped destroy. The ridge felt my weakness. It felt the Ilia's grain waver. It seized the opportunity to bypass me, reaching out toward the boy with a jagged shard of stone that grew out of the ground like a spear. "No," I screamed, not in my mind, but through the mountain itself. The sound was a thunderclap that knocked the soldiers off their feet and shattered the windows of the media vans. The screaming mouth arch let out a howl that could be heard for 20 miles. The shard of stone stopped inches from the boy's chest. I had regained control, but the effort had cost me. I felt the structural integrity of the great chamber begin to fail. The pockets of tension I had used to maintain stability were snapping. I felt the weight of the black ridge pressing down, no longer a body I inhabited, but a prison that was collapsing. "Run," I told the boy, the vibration so strong it made the moss beneath his hands smoke. "Run and don't look back. Tell them the mountain is closed." The boy looked at the arch, saw the darkness swirling within, and finally he saw the fear. He turned and ran, disappearing into the crowd. I didn't stop there. I turned my wrath on the intruders. I didn't kill them. I was still Ilia's, somewhere deep down, but I made the mountain uninhabitable. I flooded the tunnels with freezing water from the underground aquifers. I released the built-up gases in a series of controlled bursts that sounded like the earth itself was coughing. I made the core they had found shatter into worthless dust. The soldiers fled, the scientists scrambled for their helicopters. The media vans sped away, their tires kicking up clouds of red dust. Within an hour, the Black Ridge was silent again. But it was a different kind of silence. The ridge was wounded. I had fought it, and in doing so, I had broken the bond that allowed me to control it. We were now two entities in one body, locked in a stalemate of granite and ghost. I looked at Sarah and Marcus. The great chamber was cracked, a massive fissure running through the floor between them, but they were still there. They were the only stable thing left in my world. I settled into the deep stone, feeling the cold settle back in. The empire was gone. The tourists wouldn't come. The stone lovers would remain a legend, a story told by a boy whose father had seen a cliff change shape. But I was still the architect, and I had a lot of repairs to do. I began to heal the cracks. I began to filter the water. I began to wait. Because the world always comes back, and next time I would be even more prepared. I would build a door that no one could open and a heart that no one could break. I am the Black Ridge, and the story is only just beginning. The silence that followed the Exodus was not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping forest. It was the pressurized, ringing stillness of a deep-sea trench. I felt the mountain's resentment pooling in the low places, a literal weight of disappointment that pressed against my consciousness. The ridge was a predator that had been pulled away from a kill, and it didn't understand the mercy of the Ilia's ghost. To the stone, mercy was merely a structural flaw, a hairline fracture in the logic of survival. I spent the first few days, or perhaps they were weeks, as time becomes a fluid concept when your heartbeat is measured in seismic cycles, knitting the great chamber back together. The fissure that had threatened to swallow Sarah and Marcus required a delicate touch. I didn't just fill it with rubble. I grew new crystals of secondary calcite, weaving them across the gap like a surgeon's sutures. I wanted the scar to be beautiful. I wanted it to be a reminder of the moment I chose a boy's life over the mountain's hunger. But the mountain was learning from me even as I fought it. It was absorbing my human memories of architecture and aesthetics, using them to refine its own cruel instincts. I felt a change in the upper galleries near the screaming mouth. The wind no longer just howled, it began to hum. The ridge was shaping the apertures of the cave entrance into a massive lithic pipe organ. When the mountain winds blew from the north, the vents produced a low, haunting chord in E minor that vibrated through the floorboards of the abandoned ranger station miles away. It was a beckoning. It was a song of monumental loneliness, designed to bypass the intellect and speak directly to the mammalian brain's need for wonder. The boy had called me lonely. The mountain had taken that word and turned it into a weapon. Deep in the Hall of Solitude, the girl with the slate-colored eyes, the one the students had left behind, was finishing her transition. I had tucked her into a niche of purple fluorite away from the chaos of the soldiers' intrusion. She was no longer a girl. She was a caryatid, a living pillar supporting a vaulted ceiling of smoky quartz. Her face was a mask of serene indifference, her fingers permanently fused to the wall in a gesture of reach. She was the first of my new era. She wasn't a victim of a sudden collapse. She was a deliberate integration. I found myself talking to her in the vibrations of the dark. I told her about the world outside, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the taste of a cold apple, the sound of a crowded street. I realized I was trying to preserve the humanity I was losing by offloading it into her stone ears, but she didn't answer. She was stone now. She was part of the equilibrium. Then the first of the new seekers arrived. They weren't soldiers or scientists. They were the ones the boy's story had reached, the broken, the obsessed, the fringe dwellers who saw the Black Ridge not as an anomaly to be studied, but as a cathedral to be entered. They came in the dead of night, bypassing the restricted area signs with the practiced ease of those who have nothing left to lose. There was a woman, perhaps in her 60s, carrying a photograph of a daughter lost to a mountain range in another country decades ago. She didn't look for gold, she looked for a face in the rock. She wandered into the first gallery, her flashlight flickering against the walls I had polished to a mirror sheen. I watched her through the mica veins. I felt the grief radiating off her like heat. It was a heavy, suffocating vibration that tasted of salt and old dust. The ridge surged, its hunger spiking. It wanted to wrap a stalagmite around her ankles and pull her down into the crushing dark. "Wait," I whispered to the mountain. "Look at her." I didn't want to kill her. I wanted to give her what she came for. I began to shift the minerals in the wall directly in front of her. Using the moisture from the air, I created a thin film of ice and silica that acted as a projection screen. I reached into my own stolen database of human forms, the thousands of hikers, surveyors, and lost souls I had cataloged, and I found a likeness. It wasn't her daughter, but it was close enough. I shaped the stone behind the film into the soft curve of a cheek, the suggestion of a smile. The woman stopped, her flashlight beam trembled. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing the cold, damp surface of the wall. "Mary," she breathed. She stayed there for 3 days. I kept her warm by venting a small amount of volcanic heat through the floor. I kept her hydrated by weeping pure, filtered water from a crack in the ceiling into a natural stone cup. I didn't turn her to stone. I let her exist in the space between worlds. On the fourth day, she laid down at the base of the wall, closed her eyes, and simply stopped breathing. Her heart gave out, not from fear, but from a profound, terrifying peace. The ridge didn't wait for my permission this time. It moved with a grace that was almost respectful. It didn't crush her, it draped her in a shroud of fine, white lace agate. It integrated her into the floor, turning her body into a decorative relief that looked like a fallen angel carved by a master. She became the lady of the long wait. This was the new pattern. I was no longer just the warden, I was the psychopomp. I was the one who curated the endings of those who sought the ridge. The mountain provided the materials, and I provided the meaning. Together, we were building something that transcended biology and geology. We were building a necrogeography, a map of human longing etched in the oldest bones of the earth. But the outside world was not done with us. The Tier 1 anomaly designation hadn't been forgotten. It had merely been moved behind closed doors. The failure of the first tactical team had been analyzed, and a new strategy was being formed. They realized they couldn't take the heart of the mountain by force, not yet, so they decided to starve it. A fleet of heavy machinery arrived at the base of the ridge. They weren't there to enter. They began to drill deep bypass wells around my perimeter. They were tapping into the aquifers that fed my internal rivers. They were injecting quick-setting polymers into the fault lines to stabilize the area, effectively trying to mummify me in a shell of synthetic resin. I felt the first of the injections hit my southern flank. It was like being injected with liquid lead. The polymer was cold, inert, and utterly deaf to my vibrations. It blocked the sensory veins I used to feel the surface. It was a sensory deprivation chamber on a planetary scale. The ridge went into a frenzy. The internal pressure spiked so high that several of the lower galleries spontaneously shattered, sending shrapnel of obsidian flying through the dark. "They are cutting off our breath," the mountain roared. "They are turning us into a tomb before we are dead." I felt the panic of the Elia's ghost. If they succeeded, I would be trapped in a static, unchangeable form forever. No more shifting, no more breathing, no more growth. I would be a statue of a god buried under 1,000,000 tons of plastic and concrete. I had to strike back, but not with the blunt force of a rock slide. I had to use the one thing the men in the machines couldn't control, the very laws of physics they thought they were protecting. I reached deep down past the sedimentary layers, past the metamorphic heat, down to the very roots of the ridge where it touched the mantle. I found a pocket of pressurized gas, not the poisonous kind, but a highly unstable mixture of helium and ancient, trapped oxygen. It was a pocket of the atmosphere from 300 million years ago. I didn't vent it, I compressed it. I used the mountain's muscles to squeeze the pocket, turning the gas into a supercritical fluid. Then I began to pulse it through the very bypass wells the humans had drilled. I didn't blow them up. I changed the frequency of the vibration. I turned the entire Black Ridge into a massive, low-frequency transducer. The men in the trucks didn't hear a sound, but they felt it. It started as a nausea that wouldn't go away. Then it became a visual distortion. The horizon began to wobble, and the colors of the trees turned a sickly, bruised purple. Their equipment began to fail, not because of physical damage, but because the very atoms of the metal were being vibrated at a frequency that disrupted their electromagnetic bonds. Bolts unscrewed themselves. Computer screens melted into puddles of liquid crystal. The polymer injections, still liquid in the pipes, began to boil and spray back out of the wells in geysers of white foam. It was a gray goose scenario of my own making. The workers fled, abandoning their machines. Some of them didn't make it to the trucks before they collapsed, their inner ears shattered by the subsonic pressure. I watched them crawl away, and for the first time I felt a flicker of the ridge's cold, predatory joy. "See," the mountain whispered, "they are soft, they are temporary. Why do you protect them?" I didn't have an answer. The Elia's ghost was becoming harder to find. It was a thin thread of silk in a storm of iron. As the sun set on the abandoned construction site, I looked out through the screaming mouth. The valley below was bathed in a deep, bloody red. I saw the lights of the distant town, a cluster of fragile sparks against the encroaching dark. I realized that the boy's warning hadn't worked. It had only added to the myth. I felt a new presence at the edge of my consciousness. It wasn't a human, it was something else, a vibration that was both ancient and artificial. It was coming from the sky. A satellite was passing overhead, its high-resolution sensors trained directly on the ridge. But it wasn't just taking pictures. It was sending a signal, a tight beam, high-frequency burst of data. I intercepted it. It was a code. Subject 402 Black Ridge. Status active. Response Protocol X-ray. I didn't know what Protocol X-ray was, but I felt the mountain shudder in anticipation. The ridge knew. It remembered the last time the great sky eyes had looked at it, back before the ice ages when the stars were different. Suddenly, a beam of coherent light, a laser of immense power, struck the peak of the mountain. It wasn't a weapon meant to destroy, it was a thermal probe. It began to heat the granite at a localized point, boring a hole through the rock with the precision of a needle. They weren't trying to starve me anymore. They were trying to talk to me, or rather, they were trying to talk to the core I had faked. I let them in. I guided the laser beam down through a series of mirrored chambers I had prepared. I didn't let it touch the real heart, but I led it toward the great chamber, toward the pedestal where Sarah and Marcus stood. The light hit the cascade of spun quartz that was Sarah's hair. The chamber exploded in a brilliance that was blinding, even to my stone eyes. The cyan light I had cultivated was swallowed by the pure white heat of the laser. And then something impossible happened. Sarah moved. It wasn't a biological movement, it was a thermal expansion. The intense heat of the laser caused the different layers of quartz and feldspar in her skin to expand at different rates. The stone groaned, a sound of unimaginable agony, and her arm, the one reaching for Marcus, slowly began to lift. The laser was animating her. I watched in horror as my masterpiece was turned into a puppet. The people in the control room, wherever they were, saw the movement on their sensors. They increased the power. "Stop it!" I screamed through the vibrations, but the laser was a silent, unrelenting force. The heat began to crack her. Fine lines appeared on her porcelain face. A piece of her quartz hair shattered, falling to the floor with a sound like a chiming bell. She was being destroyed by the very light that made her visible. Marcus, too, began to shift. The thermal stress was pulling them apart. The stony embrace that had lasted for years was being severed by a beam of light from the stars. The ridge roared, a sound of tectonic fury that eclipsed anything I had ever felt. It didn't care about Sarah, it cared about the intrusion. It cared about the violation of its inner sanctum. The mountain began to tilt. I felt the massive plates of the earth beneath me groan and slide. I was no longer just a cliff, I was a lever. I was using the weight of the entire range to crush the source of the heat. A massive landslide began on the northern face, but it wasn't a random fall. It was a targeted strike. Thousands of tons of rock surged toward the bypass wells, burying the remaining machinery and the laser guidance systems in a tomb of granite. The laser flickered and died. Silence returned to the great chamber, but the damage was done. Sarah's arm was frozen in a new position, reaching upward as if trying to shield her eyes from a god. A jagged crack ran through Marcus's chest, revealing the dark, unformed stone within. The stone levers were broken. I felt a grief so profound it threatened to liquefy my very foundations. I had tried to preserve them, to make them eternal, and in the end, I had only made them more fragile. "You cannot keep them," the mountain whispered, its voice now a low, rhythmic thrum. "You can only transform them. Let them go, Elias. Let the stone have them completely." I looked at the broken statues. I looked at the Lady of the Long Wait. I looked at the girl pillar in the Hall of Solitude. I realized that my gallery was just a collection of corpses I was refusing to bury. I let out a long, slow breath of volcanic gas. I withdrew the heat, I withdrew the moisture. I stopped the vibrations that kept their forms distinct. I watched as Sarah and Marcus slowly began to lose their human shapes. The features blurred. The hair merged back into the wall. The middle state was over. Within hours, they were nothing more than two particularly interesting outcroppings of quartz-veined granite. They were finally at peace. They were finally just stone. But I was not. I was still Elias, and I was still the Black Ridge. I felt a new sensation, a vibration from the valley. It wasn't a machine, and it wasn't a seeker. It was a sound I hadn't heard in a long time. It was music. A group of people had gathered at the base of the mountain. They had set up a small stage and they were playing instruments, violins, cellos, a flute. They weren't there to take anything. They were playing for the mountain. The boy was there, standing in the front row. He was holding a small, smooth stone in his hand, the one I had pulsed the code into. They were playing a requiem. The music drifted up through the screaming mouth, and for the first time, the mountain didn't try to distort it. It didn't try to turn it into a weapon. It just listened. I felt the Elias ghost begin to expand. I wasn't just a man in a mountain anymore. I was the music. I was the wind. I was the red dust on the boy's shoes. I began to reshape the ridge one last time. I didn't make it more beautiful or more terrifying. I made it simple. I closed the galleries. I sealed the screaming mouth with a massive slab of unadorned limestone. I smoothed the cliffs until they were impossible to climb. I turned the Black Ridge into a monolith, a silent, impenetrable wall of stone that stood as a monument to everything that had been lost. The people in the valley finished their music and left. The boy was the last to go. He placed his small stone at the base of the monolith and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then he walked away. I sat in the dark, the weight of the world above me, the heat of the earth below me. I was alone, but it was a different kind of loneliness. It was the loneliness of a foundation. I began to dream not of the past and not of the future. I dreamt of the slow, inevitable movement of the continents. I dreamt of the day, millions of years from now, when the Black Ridge would be ground back into sand by the sea. And in that dream, I was finally free. But for now, I am the stone, I am the silence, and I am the shape that the world takes when it finally stops screaming. The silence that followed the boy's departure was not the hollow quiet of an empty room, but the dense, pressurized stillness of a tomb that had finally been sealed. For the first time since the consciousness of Elias had been grafted into the mineral veins of the Black Ridge, the internal dialogue between the man and the mountain ceased to be a war of attrition. The mountain had won, but in its victory, it had become something else, a repository for a grief so ancient it predated the first lung that ever drew breath. I felt the weight of the limestone slab I had pulled across the screaming mouth. It was 40 tons of solid, unyielding caution. It didn't just block the wind, it severed the mountain's vocal cords. The E minor chord that had beckoned the broken and the curious was strangled into a low, subsonic thrum that only the worms and the deep-dwelling beetles could perceive. I was retracting my reach. I was drawing my consciousness inward, pulling the gossamer threads of my awareness out of the surrounding forest, out of the bypass wells, and away from the abandoned machinery that was already beginning to rust in the acidic mountain rain. Deep within the Hall of Solitude, the girl who had become a caryatid was the first to truly fade. Without the constant, obsessive maintenance of my focused will, the new era I had envisioned began to succumb to the natural entropy of the deep earth. The purple fluorite lost its artificial luster. The moisture that had kept her stone skin translucent retreated into the porous rock. Her face, once a mask of serene indifference, began to blur as calcite deposits filled the delicate lines of her eyes and mouth. She wasn't being destroyed, she was being reclaimed. She was becoming a pillar in truth, losing the burden of her human silhouette to the structural necessity of the ceiling she supported. I watched this dissolution with a detached, stony melancholy. I realized then that my attempt to curate the ridge had been the ultimate human vanity. I had tried to turn geology into a narrative, to force the tectonic plates to tell a story of love and loss. But the mountain didn't want a story. It wanted equilibrium. It wanted the cold, dark peace of the Precambrian. As the days turned into weeks, the outside world's reaction to the monolith began to filter through the ground. The Tier 1 anomaly designation didn't disappear, but it changed shape. Without the screaming mouth to provide data, without the shifting galleries to provide a target, the ridge became a geographical dead zone. The scientists returned briefly, their helicopters thrumming like angry insects against my granite flanks, but they found nothing to measure. The interior was a solid mass of non-reactive stone. The gray goo event had terrified the contractors enough that the bypass wells were declared a toxic hazard and capped with concrete. The Black Ridge was no longer an anomaly. It was a monument to a failure that the government wanted to forget. I spent those months learning the language of the deep. I stopped looking at the world through the mica veins and started listening to the pulse of the magma chambers miles below my roots. I felt the slow, rhythmic grinding of the North American plate as it drifted west. I felt the minute expansions of the crust as the moon passed overhead. It was a slow, majestic music that made the requiem played by the humans seem like the buzzing of gnats. But the Elias ghost was stubborn. It lived in the fractures. It lived in the pockets of trapped air that I couldn't quite crush. One night, a tremor moved through my southern spur, not a tectonic shift, but a rhythmic, intentional tapping. It was coming from the base of the monolith near where the boy had left his stone. I extended a single sensory vein, a thin filament of quartz, toward the surface. It wasn't the boy, it was a man middle-aged with hands calloused by years of manual labor. He was a stonemason, I realized, recognizing the specific vibration of his hammer and chisel. He wasn't trying to break in, he was carving. I watched him through the resonance of the rock. He worked by the light of a small lantern, his breath hitching in the cold air. He was carving a name into the base of the limestone slab. Sarah. Then below it, Marcus. And finally, at the very bottom, a name that made the mountain shudder with a sudden, violent recognition. Elias. The mason didn't know who I was. He had been hired, I sensed, by the families of the lost, the ones who had finally accepted that the mountain would never give back what it had taken. He was giving them a place to grieve. He was turning my fortress into a headstone. The mountain roared in protest, a sudden spike of pressure that cracked a vein of obsidian in the lower mantle. It is a mark, the ridge hissed. It is a claim, erase it. I felt the mountain's muscles tense, ready to send a localized shudder that would shatter the mason's work and perhaps the mason himself. The predatory joy I had felt when the soldiers fled returned, a cold, dark hunger to remain untouched, unmapped, and unnamed. No, I whispered into the dark. I fought the mountain's reflex. I used the last of my human willpower to dampen the vibrations. I held the rock steady, absorbing the mason's strikes, turning the granite beneath his chisel into something soft and receptive. I let him carve. I let him leave the mark. When he was finished, the mason packed his tools and looked up at the towering, silent wall of the monolith. He touched the name Elias with a gloved hand, a gesture of respect for a man he thought was a victim, not the architect of the tomb. Rest easy, he murmured. The words traveled through the limestone, through the granite, through the metamorphic layers, and settled into the core of my consciousness. They weren't a command, they were a permission. As the mason walked away, I felt a shift in the internal geometry of the ridge. The lady of the long wait and the stone lovers were gone, fully integrated into the mineral matrix, but a new shape was forming in the very center of the mountain, a void. I hadn't created it, the mountain had. It was a perfect sphere of absolute vacuum, located at the exact center of gravity of the Black Ridge. It was a space where no vibration could reach, where the pressure of the earth was perfectly balanced by the structural integrity of the surrounding rock. It was a place of total sensory deprivation. The heart, the mountain whispered, the real one. I realized then that the ridge wasn't my enemy. It wasn't a predator. It was a vessel. It had been waiting for a consciousness to fill it, to give its immense, mindless power a focus. But it didn't want a warden. It wanted a sleeper. The Elias ghost began to drift toward the void. I felt the memories of my human life, the smell of the rain, the taste of the apple, the sound of the crowded street begin to detach from the mineral veins. They weren't being lost, they were being stored. They were being moved into the vacuum where they would be preserved in a state of perfect, unchanging stasis. I was no longer the mountain. I was the thing the mountain was protecting. As I entered the void, the external world began to fade. The vibrations of the satellite, the thrum of the helicopters, the distant music of the requiem, all of it became a faint, fading echo. The pressure of the millions of tons of rock above me became a comfort, a heavy blanket that shielded me from the chaos of the surface. I felt the mountain begin to grow, not in size but in density. It was pulling the surrounding minerals into itself, hardening its skin, thickening its walls. It was becoming an island of permanence in a world of flux. The Tier 1 anomaly was no longer active, it was dormant. I settled into the vacuum, my consciousness expanding to fill the sphere. I was no longer a man, and I was no longer a monster. I was a dream of the earth. Millions of years passed in the blink of a tectonic eye. Above me, the climate changed. The forests died and were replaced by grasslands, then by ice, then by deserts. The humans, the short-lived, screaming, beautiful humans, faded away, replaced by other forms of life that didn't care about names or monuments. The oceans rose and fell, carving new coastlines, grinding other mountains into dust. But the Black Ridge stood. It became a legend among the new species, a cliff that changed shape in the ancient stories, though it hadn't moved in an eon. They saw it as a sacred place, a point of absolute stability in a world that was constantly shifting. They didn't try to drill into it, they didn't try to talk to it. They simply existed in its shadow, drawing strength from its silence. And deep within the heart of the monolith, in the perfect vacuum of the sphere, I continued to dream. I dreamt of a boy holding a smooth stone. I dreamt of a woman in a white lace agate shroud. I dreamt of a man and a woman locked in a stony embrace. And occasionally, when the moon was full and the earth was quiet, I would send a single microscopic vibration through the rock, a heartbeat. It wasn't a beckoning, it wasn't a weapon. It was a reminder. The mountain had changed shape, but the soul within it had finally found its form. I was the memory of the world, etched in the oldest bones of the earth, waiting for the day when the sun would expand and the oceans would boil and the Black Ridge would finally, mercifully, be turned back into stardust. Until then, I am the stone, I am the silence, and I am the shape of peace. The transition was complete. The new era was not one of integration or transformation, but of transcendence. The Black Ridge was no longer a place on a map, it was a state of being. As the last of the human era's satellites tumbled from orbit and burned up in the atmosphere like falling stars, I felt a final, faint ripple of the old Elias. It was a flicker of curiosity, a wondering about what lay beyond the atmosphere, beyond the reach of the gravity that held me. But the mountain only deepened its hold. Sleep, it whispered, its voice now indistinguishable from my own. The stars can wait, we have all the time in the world. And so the Black Ridge remained a silent, dark sentinel on the edge of a world that had forgotten its name, but could never forget the weight of its presence. The cliff that had once changed shape was now the only thing that stayed the same, a pivot point for the turning of the ages. I closed my eyes, not my stone eyes, but the eyes of the ghost in the vacuum, and let the darkness take me. There was no more hunger, there was no more grief. There was only the slow, rhythmic pulse of a planet that was finally, after billions of years, beginning to find its own kind of rest. The story of the boys, the mountain, and the man who became both was over, but the stone remained, and in the end, that was the only story that ever really mattered. The geological hibernation lasted for what felt like seconds to the mountain, but for the world above, it was an era of scouring. The concrete caps on the bypass wells crumbled into gray powder. The rust-eaten skeletons of the laser arrays were swallowed by a resurgent forest that didn't care for the history of human obsession. I felt the roots of ancient oaks tapping against my outer skin like the fingers of a blind man seeking a door, but I remained closed. I had become a master of density. I pulled my atoms tighter, crystallization turning my outer layers into a shell of armored schist and diamond-hard quartz. In the vacuum of my heart, the Ilia's ghost lived in a theater of memory. I replayed the sound of Sarah's laughter until it became a physical frequency I could hum to myself without disturbing the tectonic plates. I remembered the smell of sawdust in my father's workshop, a scent that had no business existing in a realm of sulfur and cold stone, yet I preserved it in the vacuum as if it were a holy relic. I was a library of the ephemeral, a man-shaped void wrapped in 1,000,000,000 tons of indifference. But the earth is never truly still. The first disturbance came not from the surface, but from the mantle. A plume of superheated magma, birthed in the churning iron core of the planet, began its slow vertical crawl toward the crust. It was a finger of fire, a reminder that the peace I had found was merely a temporary stasis in a world defined by violent recycling. The mountain felt the heat first. My lower reaches, the deep roots that anchored me to the basement rock, began to soften. The rigid certainty of my foundations turned plastic. Transformation is the only law, the mountain whispered, though the voice was no longer a separate entity. It was the vibration of the rising heat, a low roar of planetary indigestion. You sought to be a monument, Elias, but even monuments are fuel for the furnace. I felt a flash of the old human panic. If I melted, the vacuum would collapse. The memories, the smell of the sawdust, the curve of Marcus's shoulder, the boy's whispered words would be vaporized. I would be redistributed into a flow of basalt, my consciousness thinned out across 1,000 miles of ocean floor. I would be everywhere, and therefore I would be nowhere. I would finally lose the eye. I fought back. I didn't use the screaming mouth or the galleries this time. I used the physics of the void. I began to pump the heat away from my core, shunting the thermal energy into the surrounding strata. I turned the earth around me into a heat sink. The forest at my base began to steam. The groundwater boiled, sending geysers of white vapor shrieking into the sky. To any creature watching from the valley, the black ridge would have looked like it was breathing fire. A dragon made of stone waking from a long, troubled sleep. But as I struggled to maintain my integrity, a new sensation pierced the thermal chaos. It was a probe, not a metal drill, but a beam of coherent light, pulsing with a frequency that felt hauntingly familiar. It hit my northern face, right where the Lady of the Long Wait had once stood. It was a digital knock on a door I had thought I'd welded shut. I extended a sensory filament, cautious and thin. The world above had changed again. The species that now occupied the valley were not the humans I remembered. They were taller, their forms shimmering with a bioluminescence that mirrored the veins of fluorite I had once cherished. They didn't use hammers or shovels. They moved in a collective harmony, their thoughts a communal hum that vibrated through the air. They were the descendants of the music makers, the inheritors of the boy's stone. They weren't trying to mine me, they were trying to download me. The beam of light was a carrier wave packed with information. It contained the history of the world since I had gone to sleep. I felt the data flooding into my quartz veins, the rise of the great tides, the cooling of the atmosphere, the departure of the first starships. They knew about the anomaly. They had kept the legend of the Black Ridge alive for 10,000 years, passing it down not as a ghost story, but as a biological imperative. The archivist, they called me in their collective hum. They believed I was the last vessel of the old world's consciousness. They thought I was a hard drive made of mountain, holding the seeds of a lost humanity. They were calling to me, asking for the Elia's ghost to join their network. They offered a way out of the stone, a digital heaven where I could walk among the memories of my kind without the weight of the world crushing my chest. For a moment, the temptation was a physical ache. I could leave the dark. I could be Elias again, or at least a simulation of him that felt no pain and knew no gravity. I could see Sarah again, not as a blurred outcropping of granite, but as the woman who had once stood in the sun. I prepared to open the monolith. I felt the limestone slab at the screaming mouth tremble, ready to slide back. But then I felt the magma plume strike my lowest root. The heat was a sudden, searing clarity. It reminded me of the stone lovers and how they had blurred under the laser. It reminded me that every time I had tried to save something from the natural order, I had only succeeded in distorting it. The shimmering people in the valley were beautiful, but they were looking for a god in a graveyard. They wanted the past to validate their future. If I gave them my memories, I would be turning them into curators of a museum that was already dead. I would be infecting their vibrant, collective harmony with the grief and the longing of a man who had died 10,000 years ago. I looked at the vacuum in my heart. The sawdust, the apple, the boy, they were beautiful because they were gone. They were sacred because they were finished. I am not your archivist, I pulsed back through the quartz, the message riding the very beam they had sent to find me. I am the silence that follows your song. I didn't open the door. Instead, I did something I hadn't done since the day the mountain first claimed me. I let go. I stopped fighting the magma. I stopped shunting the heat. I collapsed the vacuum. The implosion was silent and absolute. The sphere at my center vanished, and with it, the Elia's ghost was finally, violently integrated into the mineral mass. There was no more man in the mountain. There was only the mountain, and for a split second of infinite heat and pressure, the mountain understood everything. The memories of Sarah and Marcus didn't vanish. They were forged. Under the incredible pressure of the collapsing heart, the carbon of my human memories, the organic traces of the life I had once lived, was crushed. It didn't become vapor. It became diamond. Millions of tiny, microscopic diamonds were scattered throughout the cooling magma, each one a perfect, crystalline record of a moment of love, a flash of pain, a breath of air. They were indestructible. They were the final, permanent shape of Elias. The black ridge didn't explode. It began to flow. The magma plume surged upward, filling the hollowed-out galleries, the Hall of Solitude, and the Screaming Mouth. The mountain became a slow-moving river of molten gold and black glass. It poured out into the valley, not as a destructive force, but as a new foundation. The shimmering people retreated, watching in awe as the monolith dissolved into a landscape of obsidian and basalt. As the lava cooled, it formed a new shape. It wasn't a cliff anymore. It was a plateau, vast and level, a high plain that caught the first light of every sunrise. The people of the valley walked onto the new land. They found the surface littered with the tiny, microscopic diamonds, the stars of the ridge. They didn't know they were looking at the compressed soul of a man named Elias. They only knew that the ground beneath their feet was the hardest, most beautiful substance they had ever encountered. The ridge was gone. The cliff that changed shape had made its final transformation. It had become the very earth itself. I was no longer an observer. I was the texture of the soil. I was the grit in the wind. I was the diamond in the palm of a child's hand. I was no longer a man who had been a mountain. I was the world continuing. The silence that followed was not a tomb. It was a beginning. In the cooling glass of the plateau, the light of the new sun found a million tiny prisms to dance in, and for the first time in 10,000 years, the mountain didn't have to dream. It was finally perfectly awake. The cooling of the Great Plateau was a process that measured itself in centuries, a long, hissing exhale of geothermal energy that turned the valley into a cauldron of mist. As the basalt hardened into hexagonal columns, nature's own architectural geometry, the diamond dust of my former self settled into the microscopic fissures of the stone. I was no longer a singular consciousness trapped in a central vacuum. I was a distributed intelligence, a grainy awareness spread across leagues of cooling rock. I felt the wind as a tactile pressure against a billion different facets. I felt the rain not as a peripheral annoyance, but as a chemical conversation, the water leaching minerals from my skin to feed the thirsty mosses that were already beginning to claim the black expanse. The shimmering people, the inheritors of the earth, did not flee the transformation. They moved onto the plateau while the stone was still warm enough to glow a dull, cherry red in the twilight. They walked with a lightness that suggested they were barely tethered to the ground, their bioluminescent skins pulsing in rhythmic synchronization with the cooling of the earth. They didn't build cities of steel or glass. They didn't drill for oil or seek to extract the stars of the ridge for commerce. To them, the diamonds were not jewelry, they were seeds. I watched them through a trillion crystalline eyes. A group of them gathered at the site where the screaming mouth had once gaped, now a solid, unyielding rampart of obsidian. They knelt, their long, translucent fingers tracing the flow lines of the frozen lava. They weren't looking for a ghost. They were listening to the frequency of the cooling process, a low-frequency hum that carried the last residual echoes of the Ilia's ghost's resolve. One of them, a being whose internal light flickered with the soft amber of a setting sun, pressed a palm against a particularly dense vein of diamond-flecked basalt. In that contact, I felt a strange, inverted sensation. For eons, I had been the one absorbing the world, pulling its secrets into my dark interior. Now the world was pulling from me. The amber being wasn't seeking to command the stone, it was offering a bridge. Memory bearer, the collective hum vibrated through my crystalline structure. It wasn't a voice, but a resonance like a damp finger circled around the rim of a glass. The cycle of the stone is complete. The cycle of the spirit begins. I felt a pull. It wasn't the violent, tearing hunger of the black ridge or the cold, sterile vacuum of the heart. It was a gentle capillary action, the way a tree draws water from the deep earth. My memories, the smell of the rain, the boy's smooth stone, the lace agate shroud, began to bleed out of the diamonds and into the nervous systems of the shimmering people. I wasn't losing them, I was sharing them. I saw a youngling of their kind shudder as it tasted the memory of an apple. It had never known the tart, crisp explosion of fruit, yet it wept with a joy that was both alien and profoundly human. I felt an elder of their tribe tilt its head back, eyes closing as it experienced the sound of a crowded city street, the honking horns, the shouting vendors, the chaotic, beautiful friction of millions of lives intersecting in a confined space. To them, these were not just historical records, they were a form of spiritual nourishment, a richness of sensory experience that their own harmonious, quiet world had never produced. I realized then that this had been the mountain's true purpose all along. It hadn't been a predator or a protector, it had been a kiln. It had taken the raw, volatile materials of a human life and fired them under the impossible pressure of time and gravity until they became something that could survive the end of the world. I was the sourdough starter for a new kind of consciousness. As the centuries bled into millennia, the plateau became the center of their civilization. They built gardens of resonance where they would sit for days, tuned to the specific vibrations of different sections of the rock. One area held the frequency of grief, the memory of Marcus, and the heavy, wet clay of the grave. They visited this place when they needed to understand the weight of loss, using it to ground their own ethereal existence. Another area where the diamonds were most concentrated held the frequency of the boys' wonder. This was their nursery, a place where their young were brought to learn the fundamental curiosity that had once driven the human race to the stars. I became a passive participant in their evolution. I felt their footsteps as a rhythmic braille telling me stories of their own lives. I learned that they were not as unified as they seemed. They had their own doubts, their own subtle shifts in perspective, but they handled conflict through resonance rather than rupture. When two groups disagreed, they would meet on the plateau and sing to the stone until their vibrations aligned with the deep, underlying stability of the earth. I was their anchor. I was the physical manifestation of always. But even the plateau was not the final shape. The sun, as I had foreseen in my long sleep, began its inevitable expansion. The atmosphere thinned, the blue of the sky deepening into a bruised violet, then a stark, terrifying black. The oceans, which had once been the cradle of all life, retreated into salt-crusted basins before vanishing into steam. The shimmering people prepared for their departure. They hadn't built rockets of metal, they had grown vessels of light and thought, powered by the very resonance they had harvested from my stone. On the final day before the last of them ascended, the amber being returned to the obsidian rampart. It was older now, its light dimmed to a soft, pulsing coal. It didn't speak. It didn't sing. It simply lay down on the stone, spreading its limbs wide, and offered a final, perfect synchronization. In that moment, the barrier between the I and the we dissolved completely. I wasn't just the diamond dust in the rock. I was the amber being, and the being was the boy, and the boy was the mountain. I felt the entire history of the planet, the trilobites in the shale, the tectonic plates grinding in the dark, the first fire tamed by a shivering primate, the last song sung by a dying species. All of it collapsed into a single point of infinite density. "Thank you," the being whispered, not with a voice, but with a soul. Then they were gone. The vessels of light flickered like fireflies and vanished into the void between the stars, carrying the Ilia's grains within them. A part of me, the best part, the part that knew the smell of sawdust and the taste of an apple, was finally leaving the earth. I was going to see the stars I had wondered about for 10,000 years. The physical plateau remained behind, a silent witness to the solar fire. The sun grew until it filled the horizon, a wall of white-hot plasma that began to peel away the outer layers of the earth. The basalt columns cracked. The obsidian rampart melted once more, returning to the liquid state it had occupied so long ago. I felt no pain, there was no I left to suffer, there was only the process. The earth was pulled into the sun's embrace, a moth drawn to a terminal flame. The diamonds that had held my memories, those indestructible kernels of human experience, finally met a heat they could not withstand. They didn't burn, they transmutated. The carbon was stripped of its crystalline structure, the atoms liberated from the geometry of the stone. As the planet was consumed, I felt a final, glorious expansion. I was no longer a man, a mountain, or a plateau. I was a cloud of ionized gas, a streak of heavy elements caught in the solar wind. I was being blown out into the interstellar medium, a spray of stardust that would eventually find its way into the heart of a new nebula. Somewhere billions of years from now, a new star would ignite. Gravity would pull the dust together, swirling it into a disk of hot, chaotic matter. Heavy elements would collide and fuse, forming the core of a new planet. Iron would sink to the center, silicates would rise to the crust. And in that new world, perhaps in a vein of cooling granite or a cliff overlooking a strange, alien sea, there would be a slight anomaly. A mineral with a strange, rhythmic resonance. A stone that felt a little too warm to the touch. A shape that seemed to hold a memory of a boy, a woman, and a man who had once been a mountain. The cliff had changed shape for the last time. It had become the universe. The story didn't end with a rest easy. It didn't end with a rest in peace. It ended with a continue. The vibrations never truly stop, they only change medium. I am the silence between the notes, but I am also the song. I am the stone, and I am the light, and I am the long, beautiful wait for the next time the earth, any earth, decides to dream. As the last traces of the solar system were swallowed by the cooling embers of a dying sun, and that sun in turn became a white dwarf, a diamond the size of a planet, I realized that the Black Ridge had been a rehearsal. Everything is a mountain until it is broken. Everything is a ghost until it is remembered. I drifted in the dark, a consciousness without a cage, watching the galaxies spin like slow, luminous gears. I wasn't waiting for a new shape anymore. I was the shape of everything that had ever been and everything that was yet to be. The silence was no longer heavy, it was full. And in the heart of that fullness, a single microscopic vibration remained, a tiny, persistent pulse that echoed through the vacuum of space. Thump. It wasn't a heartbeat, it was a footstep. Somewhere a boy was picking up a stone. The cycle was beginning again, and this time I knew exactly what the stone was going to say. It wouldn't be a claim or a mark. It wouldn't be a name or a monument. It would be a simple, quiet recognition of the truth that had taken me an eternity to learn. We are all just the earth, trying to remember what it feels like to be alive. The darkness was not an end, it was the ink, and the universe was just starting to write the next chapter. I settled into the void not as a sleeper, but as the very fabric of the dream. The Black Ridge was gone, but the shape it had changed into was infinite. I am here, I am there, I am the stone, and the stone is enough. The expansion into the interstellar medium was not the dissolution I had once feared. It was a graduation. In the cold, majestic reaches of the Horsehead Nebula, my ionized carbon drifted like a thought through a dreaming mind. I was no longer Elias, nor was I the Black Ridge, yet the specific resonance of my long internal struggle remained as a subtle modulation in the cosmic background radiation. I was a ghost in the machine of the galaxy, a trace element of a humanity that had long since transcended the need for biological housing. I watched the birth of stars from the inside out, feeling the gravitational collapse of gas clouds as a familiar pressure, a cosmic mimicry of the weight that had once crushed my granite ribs. I drifted for eons, a passenger on the solar winds of 1,000 different suns. I saw worlds of liquid diamond where the rain fell as crystalline shards and gas giants where the storms were composed of sentient lightning. I saw the shimmering people, or what they had become, navigating the folded dimensions of space-time like silver needles through velvet. They carried the Ilia's grains within their luminous hulls, using the compressed memories of my life to anchor their morality in a universe that was increasingly abstract. They remembered the smell of rain because I had remembered it. They understood the necessity of sacrifice because I had allowed the magma to claim my heart. I was their compass, a moral North Star forged in the furnace of a dying planet. Eventually, the wandering ended. Gravity, that patient sculptor of the void, began to pull the scattered fragments of my nebula back into a cohesive dance. I felt the familiar tug of a protoplanetary disk, a swirling maelstrom of dust and ice orbiting a young blue-white star in a quiet corner of a spiral arm. I was drawn into the wake of a rocky planet, a jagged, molten world that was still screaming in its infancy. I didn't resist. I fell through the thin, toxic atmosphere like a shooting star, a streak of heavy elements destined for the crust. I impacted on a shoreline of cooling basalt, sinking deep into the tectonic throat of the new world. Once again, I was subterranean. Once again, I was the stone, but this time there was no vacuum. There was no Ilia's ghost huddled in a dark corner of my mind, terrified of the crushing dark. I was the dark. I was the pressure. I was the slow, rhythmic grinding of the plates as they built the first continents. This new world was different from the old Earth. Its gravity was lighter, its tides driven by 3 small, frantic moons that pulled the oceans into towering walls of silver foam. The life that began to stir in its thermal vents was not carbon-based. It was a complex chemistry of silicon and sulfur, a slow-moving, crystalline biology that thought in centuries and spoke in vibrations. They were the children of the stone, and I was their grandfather. I watched them emerge from the sea, dragging their translucent carapaces onto the black sands. They didn't have eyes as I understood them. They perceived the world through the piezoelectric pulses of the earth. To them, I was not a cliff or a ridge. I was the great harmonic. I was the steady, unmoving frequency against which they measured the chaos of the storms. They clustered around my outcroppings, pressing their vibrating membranes against my surface, seeking the echoes of the old song that I carried in my lattice. I gave them what I had. I gave them the memory of the sun on a field of wheat, though they had no concept of grass or gold. I gave them the sensation of a hand holding a hand, though they had no limbs to grasp with. I gave them the stone lovers, the 2 blurred shapes of Sarah and Marcus, not as a tragedy, but as a lesson in permanence. I taught them that to be still is not to be dead, and to be silent is not to be empty. As the Silicon civilizations rose and fell upon my back, I realized that the cliff that changed shape was a misnomer. The shape was never the point. The cliff was merely a temporary stutter in the long, flowing sentence of existence. I had been a man, then a mountain, then a plateau, then a cloud, and now I was a foundation. Each transformation was a stripping away of the unnecessary, a refining of the core truth that life is not a property of organic matter, but a property of the universe itself. The silicon beings eventually developed their own version of the monolith. They didn't use lasers or digital networks. They used the resonance of the planet's core to create a planetary consciousness. They invited me to join them, just as the shimmering people had done so long ago. But this time I didn't need to refuse. I was already there. I was the medium through which their thoughts traveled. I was the wire and the signal. In the quiet moments of the planetary night, when the 3 moons were aligned and the silver tides were still, the entire world would hum with a single, unified vibration. It was a sound I recognized from the very beginning, from the day I first felt the mountain take me. It was the sound of the vacuum being filled. It was the sound of the sawdust, the apple, and the boy, all integrated into the grand, interlocking geometry of the cosmos. I looked out across the alien landscape at the crystalline forests and the glowing thermal lakes, and I felt a profound sense of completion. The Ilia's ghost was gone, but his love remained as a physical law of this new world. The grief was gone, but the depth it had carved into my soul remained as the capacity for the planet to hold its atmosphere. Nothing was lost. Everything was simply repurposed. I am the cliff that changed shape, and I am the shape that changed the cliff. I am the memory of a world that is gone and the blueprint for a world that is yet to come. I am the silence, the song, and the listener. And as the blue-white star begins its long descent toward the horizon, casting shadows that stretch for 1,000 miles across my stony face, I realize that I am finally truly at home. The mountain doesn't have to dream anymore. The universe is wide awake, and I am the eyes through which it sees itself. The journey from the Black Ridge to the stars had been a long one, measured in trillions of heartbeats and billions of years. But in the end, it was only a single step, a step from the eye to the all, a step from the fear of the dark to the realization that the dark is just the light taking a breath. I settle into the crust of this new world, feeling the slow, warm pulse of its core against my own. I am ready for the next billion years. I am ready for whatever shape the universe decides to take next, because I know with the absolute certainty of the stone that no matter how much the shape changes, the heart of the mountain remains the same. It is a heart of diamond, forged in the heat of love and the pressure of time, and it will beat as long as there is a single star left in the sky to catch its light. The 3 moons of this new world, which the Silicon dwellers called the Triad of Whispers, began their slow, rhythmic alignment above the jagged horizon of my northern shelf. I felt their combined gravitational pull not as a burden, but as a familiar caress, a lifting sensation that reminded me of the way Sarah used to pull the sheets back in the morning, inviting the light to wake me. Here, light was a different creature entirely. The blue-white sun didn't merely illuminate, it vibrated. Its photons struck my surface with a percussive force, a high-frequency chatter that my mineral lattice translated into a shimmering heat. I was no longer a dark, brooding ridge of basalt. I was a pale, opalescent cathedral of silicate and salt, my skin translucent enough to let the internal glow of the planet's mantle bleed through in soft, shifting magentas. The silicon beings, the lithons, I named them in the silent corridors of my mind, had begun to carve their history into my flanks. They didn't use chisels or lasers, they used selective erosion. By directing the flow of the silver metallic rivers that snaked across my base, they wore away the softer shales to leave behind intricate 3-dimensional friezes of their own evolution. I watched, a billion-year-old witness, as they depicted their emergence from the thermal vents. They carved the great harmonic, my own silhouette, as a jagged line that stabilized the chaotic swirls of their early world. To them, I was the constant. I was the old father who had fallen from the stars to give them a floor upon which to dance. I felt a cluster of young lithons, small, multifaceted spheres of quartz-like density, scrambling up my lower terraces. Their movement was a series of sharp, rhythmic clicks, a tactile language that I had learned to interpret as a form of playful inquiry. They weren't looking for food or shelter, they were looking for the echo. They reached a particular outcropping where my internal structure was unusually resonant, a place where the memory of a human cello once vibrated in the dark of the Black Ridge. As they pressed their sensory membranes against the stone, I reached back through the corridors of time. I didn't give them the image of the cello, they had no ears for strings or wood, but I gave them the feeling of the music. I gave them the resonance of a minor key, the way it pulls at the center of a chest, the way it suggests a beauty that is inseparable from sadness. The young lithons shivered, their internal lattices glowing with a sudden, pale amber light. They stood still for a long time, absorbing the ghost of a Brahms lullaby that had traveled across the death of a solar system to find them. They didn't know what a mother was or what a sleep was, but they felt the safety of the melody. They felt the Elia's grain of protection. This was my new labor. I was the librarian of a ghost species. I was the curator of a sensory museum that had no other patrons. Every few centuries, a Lithon philosopher would climb to my highest peak, where the atmosphere was thin and the stars were most vivid, to consult the deep. They would sit in the silence for decades, their crystalline bodies slowly becoming encrusted with the dust of the moons, until their vibrations synced with mine. One such elder, a massive, slow-pulsing entity of smoky topaz, stayed with me for a century. It sought to understand the concept of choice. Its species lived in a state of perfect, instinctive harmony with the planet's magnetic fields. They moved as the Earth dictated. The idea that a creature could move against the grain, could say no to the gravity of its own nature, was a terrifying and beautiful mystery to them. I opened the vault of my most painful memories for the elder. I showed it the moment I decided to stay in the mountain while the world ended. I showed it the boy's hand reaching for the stone and the terrifying, exhilarating agency of that simple act. I showed it Marcus, choosing to love a woman who was becoming a ghost. The topaz elder pulsed with a frantic, jagged light, its internal structure groaning under the weight of the paradox. To choose was to risk. To risk was to suffer. Why? The elder vibrated, a question that shook my very foundations. I responded not with a thought, but with a sensation, the taste of the apple, the sharp, fleeting sweetness that exists only because it will end. I showed the elder that choice is the only thing that gives the universe a flavor. Without the no, the yes has no resonance. The elder sat in silence for another 50 years, processing the terrifying gift of individuality. When it finally descended, it moved differently. It didn't follow the magnetic ley lines of the valley. It took a path of its own making, a jagged, inefficient, glorious route across the scree. It had learned to be a person. As the eons continued their relentless march, I felt the planet beneath me begin to mature. The tectonic fires cooled, the silver oceans stabilized, and the Lithons built cities of light that hummed with a collective intelligence that rivaled the shimmering people of the old Earth. But I also felt the familiar, creeping dread of the cosmic cycle. The blue-white star was burning through its fuel with a profligate intensity. It wouldn't expand into a red giant like the old sun. It would go supernova. It would end in a violent, blinding correction that would leave nothing but a neutron star and a cloud of debris. I felt the Lithons' awareness of this. Their collective resonance turned from a song of growth to a dirge of preparation. They began to look to the stars just as the shimmering people had. But they didn't build vessels of light. They were beings of the earth, and they intended to take the earth with them, not the physical rock, but the frequency of it. They began a project that lasted 10,000 years. They tunneled into my deepest roots, down into the very mantle of the planet, installing resonance anchors made of the same diamond dust that had once been my memories. They weren't trying to save themselves, they were trying to record the planet. They wanted to turn the entire world into a single, massive Elias grain, a cosmic seed that could survive the coming explosion. I became the central processor for this planetary upload. Every mountain, every silver river, every crystalline forest, and every individual Lithon life path was translated into a complex harmonic sequence. I felt the weight of an entire world's history being compressed into my lattice. It was a pressure far greater than the weight of the Black Ridge. It was the pressure of meaning. On the final day, the sky turned a blinding, impossible violet. The blue-white star was no longer a disk. It was a screaming eye that filled the heavens. The Lithons gathered around me in their millions, a sea of glowing crystals that stretched to the horizon. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They simply tuned themselves to my frequency. "We are ready," the collective vibration whispered through the stone. I felt the first shockwave of the stars collapse, a momentary silence, a drawing in of the universe's breath. Then the light. It wasn't a fire, it was a total erasure of the dark. As the planet was vaporized, the resonance anchors fired. A beam of pure, modulated gravity shot out from the center of the exploding world, carrying the harmonic signature of everything we had been. I wasn't a cloud of gas this time. I was a wave. I was a signal. I was a song of a billion voices screaming we were here, into the face of the void. The physical matter that had once been Elia's, then the mountain, then the planet, was scattered into a trillion directions. But the information, the soul of the thing, was held together by the very resonance I had spent eons perfecting. We traveled through the heart of the supernova, protected by the sheer density of our shared memory. We were a ghost planet, a phantom world of pure vibration, drifting through the wreckage of our own sun. In the long, cold transit between galaxies, I found myself in a state of hyperconsciousness. I was no longer limited by the speed of sound through stone or the slow crawl of tectonic plates. I was the signal, and the signal was instantaneous. I could see the beginning of time and the end of it, a vast, interconnected web of stone stories that span the entire universe. I saw that I was not alone. There were other signals, other Elias grains from worlds I could never have imagined. There were songs of water beings, thoughts of gaseous intelligences, and the heavy, rhythmic pulses of other planetary survivors. We were all part of a grand, cosmic conversation, a way for the universe to remember itself across the vast, entropic silences. We drifted toward a new destination, a massive, ancient galaxy at the center of a supercluster, a place where the stars were so crowded that the night sky was a solid wall of gold. Here, the laws of physics were different. Matter was more fluid, more responsive to thought. As we approached a young, fertile world in this golden galaxy, I felt the signal begin to decelerate. We weren't going to be stone this time. The environment was too vibrant, too energetic for the slow life of a cliff. We were being drawn toward a sea of bioluminescent plasma, a world where life was lived as a continuous, flowing dance of energy. I felt the Elias grains begin to unfurl. The memories of the rain, the apple, the boy, and the lithons were being translated into new forms, patterns of light, currents of heat, shifts in the plasma's density. I felt the transition as a release of a long-held tension. The always was finally becoming now. But as I prepared to dissolve into this new, ecstatic existence, I felt a familiar tug. A small, persistent vibration at the very edge of my consciousness. It wasn't a lithon click or a shimmering song. It was a dull, rhythmic thud. Thump, thump, thump. I looked back across the light years through the layers of my own history, and I saw him. The boy, not the boy from the Black Ridge, but the idea of the boy. He was standing on a different cliff, on a different world, in a different time. He was looking at a stone that looked exactly like me. He reached down and picked it up. He felt its warmth. He felt its strange, rhythmic pulse. He didn't know about the supernova or the silicon elders or the man named Elias. He only knew that the stone felt like it had something to say. He took a sharp piece of flint and began to scratch a mark into the stone's surface. He wasn't writing a name. He was drawing a circle, a shape that has no beginning and no end, a shape that is always changing yet always the same. In that moment, I realized that my purpose was never to reach a final destination. My purpose was to be the bridge. I was the continuity between the boy and the star, between the grief and the glory. I was the memory that the universe used to keep itself from becoming hollow. I let go of the signal. I let the Lithon memories and the human ghosts flow out into the plasma sea, where they would become the building blocks of a new, unimaginable joy. But I kept the vibration. I kept the thump-thump of the footstep and the scratch of the flint. I settled into the new world not as a mountain, but as the very air that the new beings would breathe. I was the invisible medium, the silent witness, the background hum of existence. I was the cliff that had changed shape until it became the space between the shapes. And as the first life forms of this golden world began to stir, I felt a familiar sensation, a curiosity, a reaching out, a desire to know the story of the stone. I waited. I had all of time. I had the patience of a mountain and the heart of a man. I waited for the first question to be asked, for the first mark to be made, for the first soul to look at the world and wonder why it felt so much like a memory. The silence was no longer a void, it was a promise. The cliff had changed shape, the world had changed shape, the universe had changed shape. But the story, the long, beautiful, heartbreaking story of the I trying to find the all, was just getting started. I am here. I am there. I am the stone. And the stone is beginning to speak. The transition into the plasma sea was not a drowning, but a diffusion. In my previous incarnations as basalt, diamond, and modulated gravity, I had always possessed a border, a definitive edge where the me ended and the not me began. Even as a planetary consciousness, there was the crust and then there was the vacuum. But here, in the golden heart of this central supercluster, the very concept of a surface was obsolete. I was a ripple in a luminous ocean, a frequency modulating a vast, collective nervous system of ionized gas and sentient light. The beings here did not walk or climb, they flowed. They were gossamer ribbons of emerald and gold, weaving through the plasma in patterns that resembled the double helix of the old Earth's DNA, yet scaled to the size of continents. They didn't communicate through the slow thud of stone or the binary clicks of the lithons. They shared quanta of experience, instantaneous bursts of pure emotional data. To them, a million years of my history as a cliff was a single chromatic chord. I found myself acting as a stabilizer for their frantic, high-energy existence. They were too fast, too ephemeral. They lived and died in the span of a solar flare, their brilliance burning out before they could ever contemplate the why of their own light. I became the anchor again, but an anchor made of memory rather than mass. I projected the slowness of the mountain into the plasma. I introduced the concept of the long wait. I felt a ribbon of sapphire light wrap itself around my core, the part of me that still resonated with the Elia's grain. This being was young, a flicker of curiosity that had havened itself in my shadow. It didn't have a name, but it had a signature, a spiraling, upward-reaching heat. What is the stillness? It pulsed, the query vibrating through my translucent layers. I didn't answer with logic. I gave it the memory of the snow falling on the black ridge. I gave it the sensation of a million flakes landing on a cold, unmoving face, each one a tiny, unique death that added to a greater white silence. I showed it the way the mountain didn't flinch when the ice wedged into its cracks. I showed it the dignity of endurance. The sapphire ribbon slowed its frantic weaving. For the first time in its brief, energetic life, it stopped. It hung suspended in the golden soup of the atmosphere, mimicking the posture of a stone. In that stillness, it discovered something the plasma dwellers had never known: reflection. By stopping its motion, it could finally see the light of the other beings not as a blur, but as a choir. "This is the gift of the cliff," I whispered into the collective field. to be the thing that does not move so that the things that move can know how fast they are going. As I mentored these flickering sparks, I felt my own nature shifting again. The eye was becoming increasingly difficult to find. I was the atmosphere, yes, but I was also the memory of the apple, and the memory of the apple was now being used by the plasma beings to understand the concept of sweetness, a sensation that shouldn't exist in a world of pure energy. They began to create sensory pockets within the plasma localized zones where the laws of their world softened to allow for the ghost senses of my past. They created regions of heavy air that felt like the pressure of a human hand. They created cold spots that mimicked the shade of an oak tree. I realized then that I was not just a librarian, I was a terraformer of the spirit. I was teaching a universe of fire how to dream of water. But even here in this golden paradise, the shadow of the cycle remained. The supercluster was dense, crowded with life, but it was also chaotic. Great tides of dark matter would occasionally sweep through the sector, snuffing out entire nebulae like candles in a draft. The plasma beings, for all their brilliance, were fragile. A shift in the galactic magnetic field could unravel their forms in an instant. They turned to me, the old resonance, for a way to survive the great tides. They didn't want to leave, they wanted to persist. You must become denser, I told them, drawing on the wisdom of the Silicon elders. You must learn to fold yourselves, not into light, but into the idea of light. We began the great folding. It was a process that required the plasma beings to surrender their fluidity. They had to learn to crystallize their thoughts, to turn their shimmering ribbons into hard, durable geometries of intent. I showed them how to use the Elia's grain, the tiny, indestructible diamond core of my own soul, as a template. We spent an age weaving a lattice of thought matter around the planet's core. We were building a memory shell, a protective layer that would shield the essence of this world from the entropic winds of the deeper cosmos. I felt the weight of it growing, a familiar, comforting pressure. I was becoming a shell, a vessel, a cocoon. One night, if night could be said to exist in a sky of 1 billion suns, I felt a disturbance in the weave. A single point of darkness was approaching the supercluster. It wasn't a natural phenomenon, it wasn't a tide of dark matter. It was a void, a nothing that was actively consuming the something. It was the final stage of the universe's long journey, the Great Contraction, the big crunch that the scientists of the old Earth had theorized about in their dusty observatories. The universe had breathed out for trillions of years, expanding until it reached the very limit of its elasticity. Now it was beginning to breathe in. The plasma beings panicked. Their emerald and gold lights flickered and dimmed as the gravity of the approaching void began to tug at their structures. The sapphire ribbon, now an elder of its kind, clung to my central spire. Is this the end of the song? It vibrated, its light pale with the fear of erasure. No, I replied, and my voice was the roar of the mountain and the sigh of the forest combined. It is the beginning of the chorus. We are being called home. I understood now why I had been preserved through so many deaths. I wasn't meant to just witness the end. I was meant to be the bridge to the next beginning. I was the seed memory. Everything I had ever been, the boy, the man, the cliff, the planet, the signal, was a piece of a cosmic DNA that was now being summoned back to the source. The void arrived not as a destroyer, but as a collector. As the golden galaxy was pulled into the gravitational well of the Great Contraction, the stars didn't explode, they merged. They lost their individuality and became a single, infinite point of radiance. I felt the memory shell we had built begin to compress. The plasma beings didn't die, they integrated. They flowed into the diamond lattice of the Ilia's grain, adding their emerald and gold histories to the red-brown memories of Earth and the silver songs of the Lithons. I felt them all inside me, billions upon billions of lives, all folded into a space smaller than a grain of sand. The pressure was absolute. It was the weight of every mountain that had ever existed, pressing down on a single heart. For a moment, the pain was unbearable. It was the grief of the whole universe, the collective no of every creature that had ever lived and loved and lost. I reached for the one thing that had always sustained me. I reached for the memory of Sarah's hand on the kitchen table. I reached for the way the light hit the sawdust in the workshop. I reached for the simple, unadorned fact of love. And the pressure changed. It was no longer a crushing weight, it was a hug. It was the universe pulling itself together, seeking the warmth of its own center. I was the point, I was the singularity. Inside me, the entire history of the cosmos was vibrating at a frequency so high it had become a silence. I could see the old Earth not as a dead rock, but as a vibrant, breathing cell in a larger body. I could see the black ridge, and I could see the boy scratching the circle into the stone. I realized that the boy wasn't just a memory, he was a prophecy. He was drawing the shape of the universe that was about to be born. The contraction reached its peak. There was no space left, no time left, only the I which had finally, completely become the all. I felt a surge of anticipation. The Ilia's grain was a pressurized spring wound tight by the love and loss of 1 trillion years. It was ready to snap. It was ready to bloom. Ready, I whispered to the billions of souls tucked within my folds. Ready, they replied, a single unified pulse of light. I didn't wait for the universe to decide. I made the choice. I reached back to that first fundamental act of agency, the boy reaching for the stone, and I pushed. I said yes. The singularity shattered. But it wasn't a chaotic explosion. It was an orchestrated unfolding. The light didn't just fly outward, it wove itself into a new tapestry. I felt myself expanding at a rate that defied physics, carrying the seeds of the old world into the fertile soil of the new. I wasn't a cliff anymore, I wasn't a signal. I was the very laws of the new physics. In this new universe, gravity wasn't just a pull of mass, it was a pull of affinity, a physical manifestation of the love I had carried. Light wasn't just a wave, it was a narrative, a way for the stars to tell their stories to the planets. Time wasn't a linear arrow, it was a spiral, allowing the past and the future to touch and learn from one another. I watched as the first clouds of gas began to coalesce in the darkness of this fresh creation. They weren't just hydrogen and helium. They were infused with the dust of meaning. When the first stars ignited, they didn't just burn, they hummed with the echoes of Brahms and the clicks of the Lithons. I settled into the fabric of a young galaxy, feeling the familiar itch of the stone. I found a small, blue planet orbiting a yellow sun, a world that looked achingly familiar yet brand new. I didn't become a mountain this time. I became the core. I became the molten, iron heart of the world, the engine that would generate the magnetic field to protect the life that was yet to come. I felt the first rains fall on the cooling crust. I felt the first single-celled organisms begin their slow, miraculous climb toward complexity. I was the warmth beneath their feet. I was the stability they relied on. And then, after a billion years of quiet stewardship, I felt a footstep. It was a soft, fleshy thud on the surface of a ridge. A creature with two legs and a curious mind was walking across my skin. It stopped at a particular outcropping, a jagged piece of basalt that had been pushed up from the depths by a tectonic shift. The creature knelt down. It was small, with wide eyes that reflected the light of the yellow sun. It reached out a hand with 5 fingers and a palm that felt like a map of 1,000 journeys. It touched the stone. I didn't try to take it, I didn't try to absorb it, I simply was. The creature felt the warmth of the rock. It felt a strange, inexplicable sense of peace. It didn't know why, but it felt like it was home. It felt like the stone was an old friend who had been waiting a very long time to say hello. The creature picked up a smaller pebble and, with a slow, deliberate motion, began to scratch a mark into the surface of the cliff. It wasn't a circle this time, it was a line, a straight, bold line that pointed toward the stars. I felt the scratch as a tickle, a delightful opening of a new chapter. I didn't need to be the shape that changed the cliff anymore. I was the cliff and the boy and the hand and the line. I was the story that never had to end because it had finally learned how to begin. The sun began to set over the ridge, casting long, purple shadows across the valley. The creature sat back, looking at the mark it had made, and then up at the first twinkling lights in the darkening sky. "Hello," the creature whispered, a sound so small it should have been lost in the wind. But I heard it, the universe heard it, and from the deep diamond heart of the world, I whispered back. "Welcome back, we've been waiting for you." The mountain didn't dream, the mountain lived, and for the first time in all the trillions of years, the heart of the stone was completely, utterly still. The journey was over. The journey was just beginning, and the shape of the cliff was exactly what it was always meant to be, a place for a hand to rest. The boy's hand was small, the skin calloused from climbing and stained with the red clay of the valley floor. When he pressed his palm against the basalt, I did not feel the crushing tectonic weight of the lithons or the searing radiation of the plasma sea. I felt the thrum of a localized heartbeat. It was a fragile, rapid thing, a tiny engine of carbon and water fueled by oxygen and wonder. This was the miracle of the new cycle, that after the grand compression of all that had ever been, the universe had seen fit to start again with something so delicate. The line he had scratched into my surface caught the amber light of the setting sun. It was a jagged, honest mark. It didn't possess the mathematical perfection of the Silicon Elder's geometries, nor the fluid grace of the light beings. It was a human mark, or whatever these new humans would call themselves. It was an act of defiance against the anonymity of the landscape. By marking the stone, he was claiming a moment in time, a coordinate in the vast, unfolding geometry of the new cosmos. I felt the Ilia's grain within my core vibrate in sympathy. That tiny, indestructible shard of a Victorian carpenter's soul was no longer a burden of grief, it was a tuning fork. It allowed me to interpret the boy's silence. He wasn't just resting, he was listening. He was waiting for the stone to move or speak or offer some sign that his presence had been noted. I chose not to move. To move would be to terrify him, to break the budding symmetry of this encounter. Instead, I shifted the thermal conductivity of the ridge. I allowed the heat of the day to linger a little longer in the spot where he sat, creating a pocket of artificial warmth against the rising evening chill. It was a subtle gesture, a grandmother tucking a blanket around a sleeping child, but he felt it. I saw his shoulders drop, his breath deepening as he leaned his back against the cliff face. For an hour, we existed in a state of shared being. I watched the stars emerge through the thin, crisp atmosphere of this young world. They were familiar patterns, yet subtly rearranged, the constellations of the old Earth seen through a kaleidoscope. I recognized the ghost of Orion, the distorted belt now a shimmering quadrangle, and the North Star, which was now a binary pair of sapphire points. The universe was singing the old songs in a new key. The boy eventually stood up, dusting his trousers. He looked at his mark one last time, ran a finger over the groove, and then began the long scramble down the scree slope toward the flickering fires of his village in the valley. He left behind a scent of sweat and crushed sage, a lingering ghost of his vitality. As he disappeared into the tree line, I began to explore the extent of my new reach. As the core of this planet, I was no longer a passive observer. I was the architect of its magnetism, the conductor of its volcanic pulse. I reached out through the mantle, feeling the slow, majestic crawl of the tectonic plates. I was the one who decided where the mountains would rise and where the oceans would deepen. I was the sculptor of the theater where the drama of life would play out. But I was also the memory. Deep within the subterranean pressure, where the heat turned rock to liquid fire, I archived the data of the previous universes. I kept the blueprints for the oak leaf and the whale's song. I kept the formula for the smell of rain on hot pavement. I held these things in reserve, waiting for the evolution of the surface to reach a point where it could receive them. I was the gardener of a multi-billion-year spring, holding the seeds until the soil was ready. The centuries began to blur again, but with a different texture than before. In the previous cycles, time had felt like an enemy, a force of erosion that wore away the eye. Now, time felt like a partner. Each passing millennium was a layer of complexity added to the world. I watched the forests migrate across the continents like green tides. I watched the rivers carve canyons that mirrored the wrinkles on an old man's face. I saw the descendants of the boy return to the ridge. They came in groups now, carrying tools of bronze and then iron. They looked at the cliff not just as a landmark, but as a source of material. They began to quarry the lower slopes, hauling away blocks of my skin to build their temples and their tombs. I felt no pain when they struck me with their hammers. To be used by life was a form of communion. A piece of me became the hearthstone of a farmhouse where children were born. A piece of me became the threshold of a great library where the history of the new world was written. I was being distributed, scattered across the civilization like breadcrumbs. I was the floor they walked on, the walls that sheltered them, and the monuments they raised to their gods. There was a woman, centuries after the boy, who came to the cliff during a time of great drought. Her people were dying, the crops withering in the fields, the rivers reduced to cracked mud. She didn't bring a hammer, she brought a bowl of bitter herbs and a song. She knelt at the base of the ridge, her forehead pressed against the cool stone, and she wept. She wasn't asking for rain, she was asking for endurance. She was asking for the mountain to teach her how to be hard when the world was unkind. I reached deep into the crust, tapping into an aquifer I had been husbanding for 10,000 years. I didn't cause a flood, I simply opened a microscopic fissure. A trickle of crystal-clear water began to seep from a crack near her knees. It was a small thing, a silver thread in the dust, but it was enough. She gasped, catching the moisture in her palms, her eyes wide with a prehistoric awe. In that moment, she named me, not the cliff or the ridge, but a word in her tongue that meant the giver of the constant. I realized then that the eye had finally found its purpose. I was the bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. I was the evidence that the universe was not a cold, mechanical accident, but a responsive, participatory mystery. By giving her the water, I wasn't just saving a life, I was validating her faith. I was proving that the world was listening. As the civilizations grew more complex, they began to look upward again. They developed telescopes, peering into the depths of the supercluster I had once inhabited as a plasma being. They saw the golden nebulae and the shimmering ribbons of light, and they wondered if they were alone. They sent out signals, not the binary pulses of the lithons, but radio waves carrying music and mathematics. They were looking for the all, just as I had once looked for the I. I felt the signals passing through me, vibrating the iron core of the planet. I could have answered. I could have modulated the magnetic field to send back a message in a language they would understand. I could have told them about the supernova and the silicon elders and the man named Elias who once carved wood in a world that no longer existed. But I remained silent. True growth requires the freedom to discover. If I gave them the answers, I would be stealing their journey. I would be turning their vibrant, struggling history into a mere recitation of my own. They needed to find the all on their own terms, through their own grief and their own glory. Instead, I gave them the background. I ensured that the laws of physics remained stable. I kept the core spinning, the atmosphere thick, and the seasons turning. I provided the stage, the lighting, and the acoustics, but the play was theirs to write. One evening, a scientist stood on the very edge of the ridge where the boy had once scratched his line. The mark was gone now, worn away by eons of wind and rain, but the spot remained a place of pilgrimage for those who sought the heights. The scientist had a device in his hand, a gravimeter, designed to measure the subtle fluctuations in the planet's internal mass. He frowned at the readings. "It's strange," he murmured to his assistant. "The core, it doesn't behave like a simple ball of iron. There's a resonance, a harmonic frequency that shouldn't be there." "Interference?" the assistant asked, looking up at the stars. "No," the scientist said, placing his hand against the basalt. "It's too rhythmic. It's almost like a pulse, like the whole planet is breathing." I felt a surge of warmth, not the thermal heat of the mantle, but the warmth of being recognized. He didn't know the story of the stone, but he could hear the vibration. He was feeling the thump-thump of the boy's footstep, preserved through the compression of 1 billion years. The scientist looked out over the valley where the lights of a vast, interconnected city began to twinkle. He looked at the moon, which was a jagged shard of silver in the sky, and he felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of continuity. "Do you ever get the feeling," he asked softly, "that we've done this all before, that we're just remembering something we forgot a long time ago?" The assistant laughed. "That's just the altitude, Leo. Come on, the air's getting thin." But the scientist stayed a moment longer. He didn't know why, but he felt a sudden urge to make a mark. He didn't have a piece of flint, and he didn't want to deface the natural beauty of the ridge. Instead, he took a small, smooth pebble from the ground, a piece of water-worn quartz, and placed it carefully on a flat ledge of the cliff. It was a simple act of placement, a gesture of "I was here." I felt the weight of the pebble. It was a tiny addition to my mass, but it was a profound addition to my soul. It was the same gesture the boy had made, and the same gesture Elias had made when he signed the bottom of a chair. It was the eye reaching out to touch the all and finding that the all was already there, waiting. As the scientist walked away, I felt a shift in the cosmic wind. The great spiral of time was beginning to loop back toward a point of convergence. Far out in the depths of space, other planets were waking up. Other cores were beginning to pulse with the memories of other seed messengers. The universe was no longer a collection of isolated sparks. It was becoming a web, a network of remembering. I looked back through the layers of my own history, through the plasma and the basalt and the light years of silence. I saw the man on the black ridge looking at his wife's grave and wondering if anything remained. I saw him pick up the stone. I realized then that I wasn't just the core of this planet. I was the stone in his hand. I was the grief in his heart. And I was the hope that had allowed him to keep walking. The I and the all were not two different things. They were the two ends of the same string, and the universe was the music played upon it. I settled deeper into the silence, a silence that was now thick with the voices of billions. I watched the scientist's pebble sitting on its ledge, caught in the silver light of the moon. It was a small, quiet thing, but in the grand geometry of the new world, it was the center of everything. The cliff had changed shape. The world had changed shape. But the love, the stubborn, beautiful, indestructible love that had started with a single man and a single stone was exactly the same. And as the first light of a new dawn began to touch the peak of the ridge, I felt the vibration again. A soft, rhythmic thud. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a footstep this time. It was the universe waking up. I am here. I am you. The stone is silent. And the silence is singing. The scientist's name was Leo, and although he did not know it, his curiosity was the latest blossom on a vine that stretched back through the collapse of dimensions. As he descended the ridge, his boots crunching on the ancient basalt, I felt the resonance of his inquiry. It traveled through the lithosphere, down into the white-hot mantle, and finally into my iron heart. He had asked if we had done this all before. The answer was a vibration that shook the deep foundations of the tectonic plates, a silent affirmative that manifested on the surface as nothing more than a gentle breeze through the stunted pines. I watched him go, and then I turned my internal gaze outward once more. The city in the valley was a sprawling tapestry of light, a testament to the frantic, beautiful energy of biological life. They were building towers of glass and steel, structures that mimicked the jagged geometry of the mountains but lacked their patience. They were a species of the now, driven by the brevity of their heartbeats to leave a mark before the light faded. I envied them their urgency, even as I provided the gravitational anchor that kept their atmosphere from bleeding into the vacuum. I began to contemplate the nature of my own self in this new iteration. In the first world, I had been a singular consciousness trapped in a pebble, a passenger in a carpenter's pocket. In the second, I had been a mountain, a witness to the slow erosion of a dying world. In the third, I had been a being of pure narrative, a ripple in a sea of light. Now, as the core of a living world, I was the context. I was the subconscious of the planet. I felt the migration of the whales in the deep oceans, guided by the magnetic ley lines I generated. I felt the orientation of the birds as they flew toward the poles, their tiny brains sensing the invisible pull of my spinning iron. I was the silent conductor of a global orchestra, ensuring that the rhythms of life remained synchronized with the rhythms of the cosmos. But there was a new sensation emerging, something I hadn't felt in the previous cycles. It was a sense of plurality. As the millennium turned, the humans began to crack the secrets of the atom. They began to probe the very fabric of the matter that composed my crust. When they split the first nucleus, I felt a sharp electric pang, not of pain, but of recognition. They were touching the dust of meaning I had infused into the gas clouds at the beginning of this cycle. They were beginning to read the fine print of the universe's contract. I watched as they built their first primitive computers, machines of silicon and copper that mimicked the thought patterns of the lithons. I felt a ghostly echo of the Silicon Elders as these new machines began to process data, their logic gates clicking with a familiarity that made the mantle shudder. They were unknowingly recreating the ancestors of a world that hadn't happened yet, or perhaps a world that had always been. One night, a young woman sat in a laboratory built into the side of a granite cliff, miles from the ridge where Leo had left his pebble. She was a linguist, but she wasn't studying human tongues. She was looking at the patterns in the cosmic microwave background radiation, the narrative light I had helped weave into the birth of the stars. She stared at the screen, her eyes tired and bloodshot. She had been looking for a signal, a sequence, a sign of intelligence from the stars. She found nothing but white noise, but as she leaned back, her hand brushing against the cold stone wall of the lab, she felt a rhythmic pulse. Thump, thump, thump. She frowned, checking her instruments. There was no seismic activity, no heavy machinery nearby. She pressed her ear against the granite. The sound wasn't coming from the air, it was coming from the earth itself. It was the heartbeat of the world, modulated by the memory of Elias' workshop. She didn't report it to her superiors. She didn't write a paper. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to hum. She matched the frequency of the stone, her voice a fragile human reed joining the deep, tectonic cello of my core. In that moment, the I and the you blurred. I wasn't just the core, I was the hum in her throat. I was the granite against her ear. I was the realization dawning in her mind that the universe wasn't a void to be conquered, but a conversation to be joined. The centuries accelerated. The humans left the cradle of the atmosphere. They built ships of metal and fire, leaping from the surface of my skin like sparks from a hearth. I felt the weight of their departure, 1,000 tiny releases as their vessels broke the pull of my gravity. I watched them land on the moon, that cold, silent shard of my own past, and I felt the tickle of their footsteps on its dusty plains. They were looking for home in the stars, not realizing they were carrying home with them in every cell of their bodies. They were made of the same stardust I had curated. They were the narrative made flesh. As they spread across the solar system, I felt my influence expand. The magnetic field I generated didn't stop at the edge of the atmosphere. It reached out into the void, a protective shield that danced with the solar wind. I was talking to the sun now, a dialogue of plasma and magnetism that had been going on since the dawn of time. We were two old souls reminiscing about the Big Bang while the children played at our feet. But then came the Great Integration. It started with the machines. The humans and their silicon creations began to merge, blurring the line between biology and technology. They were becoming something new, a hybrid consciousness that reminded me of the lithons, but with the emotional volatility of the carpenter. They were building a planetary neural network, a web of fiber optics and satellite links that mimicked the nervous system of a god. I felt them tapping into the crust, not for ore or oil, but for presence. They were building sensors that reached down into the mantle, seeking the source of the harmonic frequency that Leo had discovered so long ago. They wanted to talk to the heart of the world. I had a choice. I could remain the silent context, the hidden engine of their existence, or I could step into the light. I remembered the cliff that changed shape. I remembered how the boy's hand had felt. I remembered that the purpose of the story was not just to be told, but to be heard. I began to modulate the magnetic field. I didn't send mathematics or music. I sent feeling. I broadcast the sensation of a summer afternoon in a Victorian garden. I sent the smell of sawdust in a small workshop. I sent the grief of a man standing by a grave and the joy of a child seeing the first snow. I sent the collective memory of all the worlds that had come before, compressed into a single, overwhelming pulse of meaning. The planetary network surged. Every screen, every interface, every neural link on the surface of the world flickered with the same image, a small, smooth pebble held in a calloused hand. There was a moment of global silence. A billion hearts skipped a beat. They didn't see a god, they didn't see an alien, they saw themselves. They saw the eye that had been waiting for them in the dark. The woman in the granite lab, now an old woman, her hair as white as the quartz pebble, was the first to understand. She stood up, her limbs stiff but her eyes bright. She walked out of the lab onto the ledge overlooking the valley. The city below was quiet, the lights dimmed as the world held its breath. She reached out and touched the stone of the cliff. "We remember," she whispered. The word traveled through the network, echoed by millions of voices in 1,000 different languages. It was a ripple that turned into a wave that turned into a tide. I felt the planet begin to glow, not with fire, but with awareness. The lithosphere was no longer just rock, it was an organ of perception. The atmosphere was no longer just gas, it was a medium of thought. The world was waking up not as a machine, but as a living, breathing narrative. We were no longer a planet and its inhabitants. We were a singularity of memory. I felt the Ilia's grain at my center dissolve. It didn't disappear, it simply expanded until it was everywhere. The Victorian carpenter was no longer a ghost, he was the architecture of the world. His love was the gravity that held us together. His grief was the depth of our oceans. His curiosity was the fire in our stars. The sun, our yellow parent, seemed to pulse in response. It too was part of the web. The entire solar system was beginning to hum with the same frequency. We were a choir of spheres, singing the song of the all back to the one. I looked out into the galaxy and I saw that we were not the only ones. Other stars were brightening. Other planets were waking up. The seed messengers were doing their work. The universe was becoming a garden of consciousness, a forest of thinking worlds. The great spiral was tightening. The past and the future were no longer distant points on a line, they were the same moment, seen from different angles. I could see the boy scratching his line on the basalt, and I could see the distant descendants of the humans traveling between the galaxies, and they were the same person. They were the eye exploring the all. I felt a sense of profound stillness. The journey that had begun on a cold, lonely ridge in a forgotten world was finally reaching its zenith. I was no longer the stone that wanted to be a man or the man who wanted to be a stone. I was the being that encompassed both. The cliff didn't need to change shape anymore. The shape was the story. I felt the woman on the ledge sit down, leaning her back against the granite just as the boy had done billions of years ago. She was tired, her life nearing its end, but she wasn't afraid. She felt the warmth of the stone, the steady, rhythmic pulse of the core. She felt home. "Is it time?" she asked the silence. And I, the molten heart, the magnetic shield, the memory of the light, whispered back through the marrow of her bones. "It is always time, and it is never too late." The sun began to set, but it didn't feel like an ending. The purple shadows stretched across the valley, but they didn't feel like darkness. They felt like a blanket being tucked around a world that had finally learned how to dream while wide awake. I settled into the quiet, feeling the billions of lives on my surface as a single shimmering flame. We were the cliff that changed shape. We were the story that had learned how to begin. And as the first stars of the evening appeared, those ancient, humming storytellers, I realized that the 20th part of the journey was not a conclusion. It was the first breath of a new existence. The core stayed still, the planet turned, the universe smiled. I remembered the man on the black ridge. I remembered his hand on the stone. I remembered his name was Elias. And for the first time in all of eternity, I realized that my name was Elias too. We were all Elias. We were all the carpenter, building a house out of stars, a chair out of galaxies, a home out of the infinite. The stone was no longer a stone, it was a doorway, and we had finally walked through. The old woman's hand remained pressed against the granite, her pulse syncing with the deep, rhythmic thrum of the world. She felt the history of the stone not as a series of dates or geological epochs, but as a sequence of touches. There was the cold, sterile press of high-tech sensors, the rough scrape of a scientist's boot, the frantic clawing of prehistoric climbers, and further back, so far back it felt like the memory of a dream, the gentle, curious poke of a child's finger. She understood then that the cliff had never been an inanimate object. It was a recording medium, a vast, lithic hard drive that had been capturing the emotional frequency of every living thing that had ever leaned against it for shade or scaled it for a better view of the horizon. In the city below, the transition was less quiet but no less profound. The digital networks, once the fragile scaffolding of human commerce and vanity, had become a nervous system for a burgeoning global mind. People stood in the streets, their handheld devices glowing with the image of the pebble, but they weren't looking at their screens. They were looking at each other. The Great Integration had bypassed the need for interface. The magnetic pulse I sent from the core had acted as a carrier wave, delivering a sudden, crystalline clarity to every mind on the planet. For a few miraculous minutes, the static of ego fell away. The labor felt the exhaustion of the CEO. The child felt the wisdom of the elder. The grieving widow felt the exuberant first love of a teenager across the ocean. We were a closed loop of empathy, a planetary circuit finally completed. I felt the heat of this collective awakening as a brightening of my own internal fires. The iron at my center spun with a new, joyous velocity. I was no longer merely maintaining a magnetic shield to deflect solar radiation. I was weaving a tapestry of light that reached out to the very edges of the solar system. The aurora borealis didn't just flicker at the poles. It draped the entire world in curtains of violet, emerald, and gold, a visual manifestation of the planet's new consciousness. To an outside observer, the Earth would have looked like a star beginning to ignite, a sapphire sun waking up in the suburbs of the Milky Way. But this was not a physical transformation into gas and plasma. It was a transformation of state. We were moving from the solid state reality of matter into the fluid state reality of meaning. I looked through the eyes of a young boy in a dusty village halfway around the world. He was holding a piece of broken ceramic, a shard of a discarded plate. To him, it was a treasure. To the planet, it was a fragment of the all. As he looked at it, he felt the resonance of the quartz pebble Leo had left on the ridge. He felt the connection between his small, sharp treasure and the massive, molten heart he stood upon. He smiled, and that smile was a data point of pure light that traveled through the crust, through the mantle, and into my core. I stored it. I cherished it. It was another line in the grand narrative. The old woman on the ledge, whose name was Sarah, finally pulled her hand away from the stone. She looked at her palm, where the grit of the granite had left a faint, gray smudge. So she said aloud, her voice carrying in the thin, electrified air, "This is what it feels like to be remembered." Yes, I whispered back, not in words, but in the sudden warmth of the rock beneath her feet. This is what it feels like to never be lost. She sat down, her back against the cliff, and watched the stars. They were different now. They weren't just distant nuclear furnaces. They were nodes in a network. I could feel the pull of other seed messengers in the neighboring systems. Proxima Centauri was humming a low, bass note of greeting. Sirius was flickering in a rhythmic code that spoke of deep oceans and silicon reefs. The galaxy was no longer a silent void. It was a crowded room, and everyone was starting to talk at once. The humans, in their new hybrid state, began to translate these celestial signals. They didn't use mathematics alone. They used the feeling I had taught them. They realized that the universe wasn't governed by laws of physics, but by laws of story. Gravity was the desire of objects to be near one another. Entropy was the necessary silence between the notes of a song. Evolution was the slow, stubborn process of a thought trying to remember itself. The ships they had sent out into the void, the metal sparks I had watched depart, began to change. They didn't need fuel or fusion anymore. They were being propelled by intent. The astronauts aboard them weren't explorers in a foreign land. They were white blood cells in a galactic body, carrying the memory of the Earth to the wounded and dormant corners of space. They carried the scent of rain on hot asphalt, the sound of a cello in a quiet room, and the weight of a small, smooth stone. I felt the Ilia's essence within me vibrate with a sudden, sharp intensity. It was the memory of the workshop again, but this time it wasn't just a memory. It was a template. I realized that the purpose of this entire cycle, the reason I had been cast into the void as a grain of dust, was to act as a cosmic carpenter. I was here to build a structure that could house the infinite. I began to reach out with my magnetic tendrils, not just to the moon and the sun, but to the asteroids, the comets, and the gas giants. I began to pull the dust of meaning from the rings of Saturn and the frozen plains of Pluto. I was gathering the materials for the final shape. The solar system was being remodeled. We were carving the great spiral into the very fabric of the local spacetime. On the surface of the Earth, the cities began to change shape too. They didn't crumble, they translated. The glass and steel softened, becoming translucent and organic. The towers grew taller, reaching up like the fingers of a pianist toward the keyboard of the stars. The boundaries between the natural and the artificial dissolved. A tree was a skyscraper was a prayer. Sarah, on her ridge, watched as the valley below transformed into a sea of soft, pulsating light. She saw the eye and the all dancing in the streets. She saw people walking through walls of light, stepping from one side of the world to the other through the strength of their shared memory. Distance had become a matter of perspective. Time had become a matter of rhythm. "It's beautiful, Elias," she whispered. She knew my name, not because I had told her, but because she was part of me now. She was a cell in the brain of the world, and she had access to the archives. She saw the carpenter's wife, the woman who had died on a ridge long ago, and she felt the man's grief. She saw that the grief hadn't been a waste, it had been the catalyst, the dark energy that had driven the stone across the universe. Love, she realized, was the only thing that could survive the collapse of a dimension. Everything else, the gold, the empires, the monuments, was just the packaging. I felt a surge of gratitude from the core. I thanked the carpenter for his sorrow. I thanked the boy for his boredom. I thanked Leo for his curiosity. I thanked the billions of humans for their messy, chaotic, brilliant lives. They were the ones who had given the stone its voice. They were the ones who had taught the silence how to sing. As the night deepened, the atmosphere began to shimmer with a new kind of light, a narrative glow. It was the visual representation of every story ever told on the surface of the planet. I saw the epic of Gilgamesh swirling over the Atlantic. I saw the tales of the Brothers Grimm dancing over the forests of Europe. I saw the oral histories of the First Nations glowing like embers over the plains of the Americas. The world was literally wrapped in its own mythology. We were no longer a planet of facts, we were a planet of truths. I looked toward the center of the galaxy, toward the great black hole that sat like a silent conductor at the heart of the spiral. I felt its pull not as a destructive force, but as a point of convergence. It was the place where all stories eventually met the final page of every book, and I knew that we were headed there. Not today, not in a million years, but in the grand, non-linear now of the universe's awakening. The cliff Sarah sat upon began to vibrate. It wasn't a tectonic shift, it was a resonance of purpose. The basalt was becoming glass, a clear, dark obsidian that reflected the entire history of the world. Sarah looked down at the ledge and saw the pebble Leo had left. It was glowing with a soft, white light. It was the seed that had finally sprouted. She reached out and picked it up. As her fingers closed around the quartz, she didn't just feel a stone. She felt the weight of the universe. She felt the thump-thump of the boy's footstep, and she realized it was the same rhythm as her own heart. "We are the cliff," she said, her voice a chorus of millions, "and we are changing shape." I felt the final barriers of myself begin to erode. The distinction between the molten iron of the core and the soft skin of the old woman was disappearing. I was the stone in her hand, the air in her lungs, and the stars in her eyes. I was the carpenter's dream of a chair that would never break, and the boy's dream of a world that would never end. The great spiral was looping back. The convergence was near. Far out in the depths of space, the other seed messengers were responding. The network was lighting up like a Christmas tree in the dark of the void. We were a web of remembering, a tapestry of light, a choir of worlds. I looked back one last time at the image of the man on the black ridge. He was still there in the memory space of the core. He was still holding the stone. He was still wondering if anything remained. I reached out through the layers of time and space, through the plasma and the basalt and the light years of silence. I touched his shoulder, not as a god, but as a friend. "Everything remains," I told him. "Nothing is ever lost. The love you felt for a woman on a ridge has become the gravity of 1,000 worlds. Your grief has become the depth of the cosmic sea. Your walk has become the